We call the meeting order. Roll call. Please.
This is gonna be. No, I'm fine.
Roll call. President Davis. Here. Vice President Broussard.
Present.
Commissioner Cabell. Present. Commissioner Daigle.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Barry. Commissioner Lyman. Commissioner Lyman, are you joining us on? Commissioner Kura. Here. Commissioner Pacheco.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
Thank you. Legislative liaisons, Senator Driscoll. Not here. Representative Walters. Here. Governor's liaison, Dan Schiffer. Thank you, sir. We do have a quorum, President Davis.
We put it over yonder. Charlie. But this time, and we have to put together. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'll go to item number 2, the agenda. Discussion and consideration and possible action on the following adoption.
President Davis, if I could take a moment, just go through the welcome.
Well, that's right. We're having a live meeting.
Welcome to the May 14th, 2021 special meeting of the Wyoming Game Commission. Mission of the commission, primary mission of the Wyoming Game Commission is to protect the liberty of the public, health, and participants, all individuals who would like to address the commission today will be recognized and call on Vice President. President has recognized you. Please clearly state your name, your organization, you represent prior to addressing the commission. All comments, questions, and responses must flow through the president by addressing the president each time you wish to speak. This procedure ensures orderly flow of discussion during the commission meeting. All meetings of the governing body of the agency are public meetings open to the public. Otherwise, section 64.403. Wyoming Game Commission will allow public comment to be submitted to several forms. It is submitted to Zoom today by raising your hand or acknowledging that you're there to have a question. You may also provide written submissions to us by mail or by email. Individuals who do plan to provide materials to the commission hearings to be achieved by materials in the electronic format. If you're here today, please use your cell phones. You should also because it's not necessarily constitutional. Let's do the introductions. President Davis, we can start here at the table with commissioners. We'll start. Let's do the commissioners, everybody.
Oh, okay, everybody. I'm Bob Davis, I'm the president of the Gaming Commission. To my left, Troy Broussard.
Dick Curley.
Cactus Cabell, new commissioner from Pari-Mutuel.
Tom Berry.
Sherry Daigle.
And we also have with us today the General's Office, Mike Taylor. My name is Charlie Moore, Director of the Wyoming Gaming Commission. have Brandy Koltiska. Introduce yourself.
I'm Brandy Koltiska with the Wyoming Gaming Commission.
Nick Laramendi, Wyoming Gaming Commission.
Randy Linen, Commissioner from Sundance.
Hey, Randy.
And also back in the corner, we have two other inspectors and investigators back here. Stand up, gentlemen. Thank you, Randy, for jumping in there. We appreciate that.
Ladies over here.
I'm Kelly Tatum. Lisa Keeler.
You gotta identify yourself. Are we introducing the group? Yeah.
Jack Rear, 307 Horse Racing.
Thank you.
George Spida, the chairman of the Wyoming Golf Racing Association. Excuse me, Nick Agopi with Manshot LLC. John Downey with Cowboy Skill.
That one might come a little closer to make it a little easier to call.
Go ahead, ma'am, in the back.
Oh, I am Allie Lohan.
Do we have anybody joining us on the Zoom link?
Yes, sir.
Senator Ellis,
Yep.
legislative liaisons.
We do. We have Senator Ellis.
Good morning, Senator Ellis. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning.
We have Representative Newsom.
Representative Newsom, thank you for joining us as well.
Good morning.
We also have Rick Cook with Wyoming Downs. Eugene Joyce with Wyoming Horse Racing. Mike Robbins. And Joseph.
Morning.
Good morning.
And really quick, Charlie, we have new staff. I'm not sure if the commissioners or the public is aware that we've had a lot of new transitions. Maybe they would stand for the new staff. And I can start with Lisa Keeler. She is actually with us from, she does our licensing at the racetrack and has helped us with all of the licensing stuff that's been happening. And she stands in whenever we need her, and she's been a great asset. She'll be headed to the racetrack on Monday. We open, so just so you guys can see her now and come say hi to her if you come to race. Thank you, Lisa. And Charlie, you want to do the other introductions with your new staff?
Well, thank you, yeah. Kelly Ortiz, Tatum Ortiz is joining us. She is part of her responsibilities as a also she'll be responsible for she's out there. She comes from Casper originally, Casper comes to us from Texas. Yeah. Mike Hotard, Mike is inspector for us, working with Nick and Mike Steinberg, the OTPs and the skill games, locations, and the live racetrack. Mike comes to us retired from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Department. I think also we maybe forgot to introduce Commissioner Pacheco. Thank you, sir, for being on board with this today. Randy Ryan for joining us, and so Jimmy Pond.
Mr. Chairman, for giving a note from somebody watching online.
Imagine that. Well, tell them to get a little closer. We're right here.
Thank you for that.
Forgive me for interrupting.
No, you're fine. Can you hear me now?
Okay, with that, Charlie, aren't we good with all and everything? Now we can go to item number 2, the agenda. Are there any discussion on the agenda? As it's presented. Hearing none, and I look for a motion to accept the agenda as presented.
Mr. President,
Okay, good.
I would move acceptance of the agenda as presented.
Then moved by Commissioner Daigle. Second. Seconded by Commissioner Bouchard. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Who's opposed? Okay. I think at this meeting, Charlie, we could probably go with a show of hands and get live. All right. That's going good. Okay, with that, we can go now. Item number 3, approval of minutes from March 12th meeting. Discussion.
You can do both sets of meetings if you'd like to do. I know that would be minutes for the last 2 meetings, March and April.
March 12th and April 5th, been made by, motion by Commissioner Bouchard. Is there a second?
Second.
Who's a second? Cactus. Second by Commissioner. Commissioner Cactus.
Whatever you like.
Okay.
I'll answer anything.
Show of hands, all in favor, saying. Is there any discussion on that? No, see, or hearing no discussion. Then going back to the show of hands, all in favor? Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried on item number 3. Item number 4, Charlie, the meat and potatoes, rules.
Thank you, President Davis. Bring everyone up to speed. We had a stakeholders meeting on Tuesday this last week. Sports radio, actually, prior to jumping into this, I did receive a public comment. I would like to just take a look. Read this to you. We received this yesterday. This is from Eastern Shoshone Tribe, and I asked the people on to you all. One mind, President Davis, could I read this real quickly?
Please, Charlie.
Thank you. Dear members of the Wyoming Gaming Commission, on behalf of the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, one of 2 federally recognized independent sovereign tribes in the state of Wyoming, to submit this public comment to the Wyoming Gaming Commission. As it looks to promulgate the rules and regulations necessary to carry out House Bill 133, Online Sports Wagering Act, we are hopeful that this comment and the tribe's position is considered after the Online Sports Wagering stakeholders meetings, which are scheduled to reiterate the tribe's position as outlined in its comment submitted on earlier this year on April 2nd. Law should include the tribe and the Northern Arapaho tribe as qualified entity. In the meaning of the act, including tribes and sports wagering legislation, is the pattern on other states, and Wyoming should be no exception. Further, House Bill 133 conflicts with the spirit of the tribal trade union compact because it clearly disadvantages the tribe by its critical revenue to sustain community tribal members of services. Legislative history does not explain why the proposed amendment to include the tribes in House Bill 133 was passed without a majority consideration of the tribe. Substantial negative impacts on it. Laws currently written allows for potential unlimited to operate in the state. Such a course will undoubtedly cause negative problems, such as operator integrity, on corporate, operational, commercial.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Dwayne?
sorry to interrupt, but we're just having a hard time hearing what's going on there. Thank you.
I concur. I can't hear Charlie at all. It's just garbled.
Yeah, the same here too.
Can you hear me better this time? I think it's this, it is on.
I can move. It might be better, though, if
Can you hear me?
you're closer to the mic down here.
Yeah, because I could hear the papers being moved around, shuffled around down here on this side more than I could hear you.
Where is the speaker?
Right there. It's actually on top of that.
Okay, thank you. The legislative history does not explain why the proposed amendment to include the tribes in House Bill 133 was rejected. We acknowledge that 133 was passed without major consideration of the tribe, but with substantially negative impacts upon it. The law as currently written allows for potential unlimited providers to operate in the state. I've already read this, sorry. The tribe urges the commission to promulgate rules and regulations that do not make any requirements more burdensome on the tribes once they are included in the bill, and mitigate the harms identified above by allowing only trusted entities with demonstrated integrity operate. Further, the tribe urges the commission to, in exercising its rulemaking authority, to limit the number of market access points via state beneficiaries, including the tribes. Finally, the regulation should recognize the tribe's option to encourage not only in online sports wagering, but also retail, and the tribes would be entitled to immediate start. Finally, the regulation should support a structure for future tax revenue shares. The tribe appreciates the opportunity to publicly comment in this important process. Again, we urge the commission to continue to cooperate and work with the tribe regarding the above concerns and comments. The tribe looks forward to consulting with the commission throughout the rulemaking process so that when the time comes, the tribe can seamlessly enter the market without hindrance or delay. That was the conclusion of the public comment. That was submitted by Margaret Kerchak, I believe, attorney for the Eastern Shoshone tribe. Yes.
Did you resituate it? Take a brief time out for reprogramming here.
Yeah, should. Randy, maybe it'd be best,
I'll go down there.
you can go down there, yeah.
Yeah, if anybody has any problem hearing you, sure can move to the front.
You get stuck with me. Oh.
So now we gotta get you right up there.
Oh, I'm a doggone lefty, so everything's got to be weird sometimes. So, and everybody now that I admitted that I'm a lefty is probably going, that's the problem. That's the problem here. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. I think so. You lost the video now? Part of it? Oh. It's all this technology that, oh Lord. So we've read the public comment. We've got that.
All right, we've read the public comment.
Yes.
All right, then are we going work on the draft rules,
Yes.
go through them. That way, if there's any commissioner input and input from the
Public?
public,
Yes, sir. What I'd like to do, like I said, is start off a little bit and give some background. We did have the stakeholder meeting this last week. I had hoped for more input in that meeting. The commissioners and the public, those meetings are on the YouTube link as well if you'd like to view those. I was a little disappointed, but I also understand the rules were put out on Friday of last week, and the stakeholder meeting was on Tuesday. I understand the issues with getting those through the different layers of some of the corporations and different things. So, but with that being said, we are on a very tight timeline. And again, with that, we need to listen to the stakeholders, make changes quickly, but also the stakeholders need to participate if they want changes made at this point. Bringing everybody up in the room on what we've done here is Gaming Laboratories Inc. has assisted us in this process. What we have done, we have, and Mr. Kaler, you've been a part of this, and you may jump in as well if you've got any clarification on any of this too. But we've taken rules from Colorado, Tennessee, Michigan, and I believe some from Indiana as well. And we've tried to blend those together and get a working product that works for Wyoming. We've also wanted to address trying to keep the agency what I would call kind of lean and mean, maybe, for lack of a better word. So we're putting a lot of the responsibilities back onto the operators and system providers to do some of that. And when we walk through the rules with everybody in the room, I'll explain that a little more. It's been a real interesting trip. I think we've, we're at a good point. A lot of the baseline of this is, a lot of the things that we're going to implement here, I would expect that we may move across the board. So just kind of the whole idea of wagering and high volume wagering activity, those may translate to other aspects of the gaming that we have. So we're building a foundation, I guess, for lack of a better word, and hopefully move that foundation across all of gaming. So on chapter 1, and I have two gentlemen from Gaming Laboratories Inc. on the phone. So if there's any questions from the commissioners, please feel free to jump in. On page 1, chapter 1, we have, after our last meeting, and I hope everybody's got the most recent, we would have handed you, yes, the one that has on the top of it 5/13/21 is the most recent copy that came out yesterday afternoon of the rules. So there on line 47, it did come up through some comments last week in event integrity and defining that. However, I have not come up with a definition for that. That may be something that will come up in the next week or so. On line 51 and 52, and for the people that are joining us via YouTube, you can also go to our website and click on the sports wagering link, and you can drop down on your iPhones, iPads, whatever the rules. The most recent update of these rules are posted on the website. So on 51 and 52, we added the language which comes from the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act for Indian line. For Indian lands, we added that definition, and that will come back, and you'll see that added in later on in the chapter. On page 2, the only changes that we have there are just numbering, or excuse me, lettering. Page 4, again, operational. It had come up in the discussion last week that maybe we needed a definition for that. Now, with that, as we all know, operational basically, for the purposes of the rules, is when they're accepting wagers and when they've turned it on and potentially have the ability to accept wagers on sports wagering. And I did receive earlier this week some general definitions for event integrity and for operational. On page 5, and again, commissioners, or anybody that's here joining us today, if you have a question on this, please feel free to jump in. Page 5, the only changes again were lettering. Now, it came up the other day on page 6. You see they're highlighted in red at the top of the page on line number 153. Security seeds, just for everybody in the room and everybody listening and the commissioners and staff. Security seeds is tied to the encryption of the transmissions and is used, in that sense. And if you want a little more detailed explanation, I know we have Mr. Robbins and Joseph, Mr. Lunafit, on the line from GLI. They can explain that if you would like an explanation, commissioners.
Any questions, Greg? Yes, guys? Charlie?
Yes, sir.
For what it's worth, the copies at this end of the table only have the option page. They didn't copy the even numbers on the back page. We're not able to get back.
Be right there.
1 second, our technical support is right on it.
One thing you find, whether it's horse racing, any kind of an event production, there is always the, oh, shoot.
Gotcha.
The gotcha, yeah. The one rule that I try to live by is the no surprise rule. And here's that's a surprise. But also to speak to that, at the end of the day, when the bell rings, the event's off, whether it's sports wagering, whether it's skill games, whether it's Pari-Mutuel, or whether it's horse racing, the public can give a darn about it. They just want to have the fun and enjoy it and work with it. So
We're having fun. We're having fun.
we're having fun.
Everybody's fun.
So we're good to go.
Yep.
Yeah, we're good to go. Page 7. Again, just some changes in the numbering, or the lettering, excuse me. Moving on to the next section here in chapter 2. We did have some discussion the other day. Did we necessarily need to have on line 260 and 261, no permit will be granted to allow less than 16 years of age if employed by the child labor laws. And so I did delete that. However, I do still have a question mark for that for our legal counsel to chime in on that as well.
Charlie, are they moving to change the age requirement?
I can't answer that at this point. I don't know if Mike had had a chance to follow up on that.
Yeah, I think the comment that we had at the stakeholders meeting was to raise that to 18 years of age to match what the statute had as far as folks being able to online bet. So it may be appropriate just to change that to 18 years of age.
Okay.
And then that way the public is on notice that they are not going to be able to prevent anyone that's under 18.
Thank you. What I'll do is make that note and we'll raise that to 18 and keep that kind of in the discussion. Thank you.
Is that on the vending side? If it's online, I guess I'm
staff on their side?
It would be a staffing on their side, yes. Yes, this would be, and part of the discussion was that, we have there's a lot of people that are very techy at a very early age anymore, unlike me.
You're gonna limit employment of a person.
Yeah.
Although they're not allowed to gamble.
Right.
They're not allowed to work.
And Mr. Chairman, this applies to persons that would be permitted, so I think the occupational permits and the key employee permits. I think those are more that closely tied. We're not going to be permitting everybody that works for a certain operator or a certain vendor, but only kind of those key employees in the occupational permits. So that's not to say that somebody who's 16 cannot work for, I won't say names of companies, but they just won't be a part of the permitted folks.
So then, what you're saying, that we'll raise that to 18 years as, and put the parameter that is part of the permitted staff? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. President, yeah, it says no permit will be granted to anyone. And so if they are not somebody that is required to be permitted, then this provision will not apply to them. So this provision just applies to permitted folks.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Moving on down, we did have some discussion, and I'd raised the question, special conditions on F there. The commission may grant a permit with special conditions or for a limited period of time. And I think Commissioner Wildcat had also asked that question of me a week before. And if Mr. Robbins or someone from GLI might be able to just jump in and maybe respond to that. They did a nice job the other day. Kevin was able to. Would you like to speak to that, Mike, or Joseph?
This is where you say hit the mute button.
It was a little tough to hear.
Joseph, can you speak to that?
Well, it was a little tough to hear the direct inquiry. Can it be repeated?
We are not hearing you.
Yes, you repeat the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Repeat the question. We're on page 9, Joseph. The commission may grant a permit with special conditions or for a limited period or both.
Yep.
Kevin Lally was able to answer that quite well the other day for us, I believe.
Yes. Well, I mean, you repeated exactly what Kevin said already. This stipulation was put in because of employees that might end up working at the individual sports books. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, moving down, thank you very much for that. Moving down the page on line 278 and 279. Basically, that is just kind of some clarifying or just some, the language change there. That did come in from our, I believe from our governor's liaison made that note. It just explained it a little better and didn't change any of the meanings there. Moving to page 10, and again, any of the other points here, I'm just highlighting some of our changes from our original rules. Down there at the lower end of the page, line 308 and 309, just again, just kind of clearing up the language a little bit, no change of intent or change of what we're talking about there. And what it is, a sports wagering vendor shall possess a permit to conduct business in the state issued by the commission, and then deleted the rest of the line. No person shall provide vendor services to a sports wagering operator without holding a valid permit issued by the commission. Now moving on to the next page at the top here, and I don't know if anyone from Superbook is on. They did express some concerns with that, and with line 320 to 322, and thought that this may have some limiting circumstances tied with this, but I wasn't totally clear from the conversation exactly what they were talking about, unless maybe Commissioner Broussard maybe remembers that conversation.
I don't know that they all have ending comments.
Right.
So we're sort of.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll circle back to that.
We may have to. Of course, moving along, we're talking about denying an application, some of the processes, and kind of going back for you commissioners, in our definitions and throughout here, we reference statutes, and a lot of times in the Governor Meade had an initiative to cut rules by a third, and Governor Gordon, I believe, has kind of followed with that same mandate. And as a bit of a compromise, because sports wagering is new, obviously, we listed definitions and we recanted definitions and things that were in the statutes to be user friendly. And it is very difficult when you've got 60 pages of rules, and then you have to have a statute book right there with you as well. And so while we didn't expand on the definitions if they were in statutes, we placed them still in the rules and then directed means as provided in Wyoming statute. So you'll see that throughout. You still have to, if you are looking at some of these definitions and different things that do apply, you do have to refer to your statutes, but it also helps direct you that direction when we do get to a section. And if down the road, once the rules are in place, we can always come back and then do some reductions if that's necessary. On page 12, we did add there on line 380, any civil or criminal action brought against the permittee. And again, as we all know, once we get these rules to the point, they'll go back through the AG's office and they'll do the fine tuning of those for us. And there's also, we know that we do have some formatting issues throughout that we'll have to correct as well. But again, kind of being mindful of our timeline that we're on, we've got to keep things moving. So we'll circle back with that. On page 13, the commission may require applicants who has, that maybe needs to be changed right there, applied. We added that language. And then one of the things that's brought concern, Commissioner Wildcat brought this up, then I've thought about this, is on 406 and 407. While it's not uncommon to have a temporary permits, Colorado does it, quite a few states do temporary permits. There was a bit of a discussion during the stakeholders meetings on where that applies, how that applies. Some of it is pending completion of all the reviews and the background checks they had mentioned, but especially if you have a sports wagering operator that has been licensed in 3 or 4 jurisdictions, and it's just some of the formalities to get through, you could go ahead and issue a temporary permit.
Could that be covered under that 260 line 267 with the special conditions?
Mr. Chairman, Charlie,
Go ahead.
my concern with that is the length of time that an applicant would possess a temporary permit. I understand temporary permits are needed as we go through the process, but I don't see no sense in giving somebody a temporary permit for a year. I believe that our staff could get the process done in a timely manner. So it doesn't have a standard in there or a requirement that this temporary permit can only be issued for 90 days, 180 days, and that type of thing. I just don't think it should be having an unspecified amount of time. That was my concern.
Thank you, Jenny.
So if I understood exactly what she said, she felt like we should put a time limit on the temporary, is that? Yeah. Yeah.
I would concur with that.
Well, and I agree 100% as well on that. I think we are finding in some jurisdictions it's taking up to a year to get through some of that process, which is surprising with the technology that's out there to do those reviews. But it also depends on the individual, how much they have to go through. So, but I think the idea of the temporary. Thank you. Chapter 3, taxes and payments. Again, the first part here basically just talks about the 10% online sports wagering tax, remitting that electronically, write-offs, amounts, returns, disputes, credits, and debits. And again, on any of these sections, if you have a question on what it means, we do have the experts in the room, on YouTube, that can explain exactly how this does apply. No changes in Chapter 3. Chapter 4, patron wagers. On the first page here, just talks about authorized and prohibited events and wagering types. Again, bear in mind, these rules mirror most other states. Now, on page 18, in the middle of the chapter there, on line 560, we put in there, sports wagering operator or sports wagering vendor may not accept online sports wagers of any of the following. And we do have a list of those that are, I believe, relatively standard. We did add in there pari-mutuel events as defined by Wyoming statutes 1125-102. So what that would mean is you're not allowed to, if it's a pari-mutuel event, and the reason that I put it in there and added this is the concern that you would have competing wagering activities. If some of the money is flowing through the sports wagering side, the breeders, the state, some of the beneficiaries of the wagering activity would get from the track may, and I'm going to underline may, lose some of that activity. However, it was interesting, and I spoke to the Department of Revenue in Colorado yesterday, their director, and while they haven't, they are accepting sports wagering on horse racing. I can't remember if he said they're doing it in state at this point, but he had a little different take on this, and that's why it's good to reach out to other states. He feels like it's first of all a younger demographics that may not be going to the racetrack. However, they're seeing these people kind of sparking their interest in wagering on horse racing, so they then are maybe going to head out to the racetrack then. So trying to potentially draw people back and forth. I don't know. He also feels like the people that are wagering on horse racing are wagering on horse racing. And this is very, very, very similar to what we see with historic racing. The people that are wagering on the historic racing terminals are not going to the racetrack necessarily. They're doing that. And even if you have in an OTB setting, you have the people that are playing historic racing and they're not crossing the room to go bet on horse racing. There may be a small amount, but that was just the take from Colorado on that. And they said that, you know, first of all, is it going to be a big deal? It may not. So I do have a question mark there to maybe consider a little more, and maybe discuss it.
I have one question on that, Charlie. You know, in Wyoming, we have the simulcasting, which is county by county, is that correct? So the counties that don't allow Pari-Mutuel, how would that be addressed? You know, we have counties that allow Pari-Mutuel, and counties that don't allow Pari-Mutuel.
Well, it's a total, and thank you for the question. It's a total different wagering activity. It's fixed odds wagering. It's online sports wagering, you know, so it doesn't cross over.
But if these counties that don't allow Pari-Mutuel wagering, and they want to participate online with the sports wagering, is that possible?
Yes, it is. Yeah, because again, it's, at least I think so, and I'd maybe have to double check with Mike at the end of the table. But we're talking about, again, Pari-Mutuel wagering versus the fixed odds wagering in sports. So it's two different animals, so to speak.
I have it. For anybody really. Is there a missed opportunity for our operators on a platform? So one of them say race to a map. And I don't know if this is but could they have an event on the sports platform eventually? And if we have this rule that exclude our operators from
With this rule in place, that would exclude, yes. Yeah, the way I'm reading it.
that will form our operators.
This doesn't mean that there'd be a case where a single operator might be licensed to offer pari-mutuel wagering as well as sports wagering. It's just, I think the intent of having this in here was to basically make sure one doesn't cross the line into the other, and that, say you are an operator and you offer sports wagering, but you would like to offer pari-mutuel wagering. It's not saying that they can't, it's just they can't under this. They would have to be licensed, I guess, as a pari-mutuel operator.
So as it is now, if some of our operators in Wyoming wanted to have sports wagering at one of their events, is that possible? Or is that now?
Well, the way I read this, and Mike, can you maybe help me?
Waiting to hear the way you read it. Well, could you repeat the question again? I think I understand it, but.
So my question was, if we're going to have online sports wagering, shows the events of pari-mutuel
Well, I think it would be two separate things. You know, the pari-mutuel world, that would be regulated by the commission. You know, you'll have your takeout, and you'll have all of that stuff, and it's distributed by the commission. Now, with the online sports wagering, certainly an operator could offer that. And people that wager on those could win or lose bets on horse races. However, you know, it would be taxed differently. It'd be set up under a completely different regulatory structure. You know, you get your 10% of the gross revenue or the gross profit or whatever it is defined. So it would be two separate things. And I think, you know, kind of the thought behind this was to separate the two out so that, you're betting on pari-mutuel events in a totally different area.
Mr. President, the way I read it, the way I get it, like, correct me if I'm wrong, it kind of protects the pari-mutuel folks from having the online overshadow them. Because if you can do it online, it's going to certainly take away a lot from the pari-mutuel. And, there's no way for the pari-mutuel folks to get any revenue from the online stuff. So I think it's good for the state pari-mutuel.
And Mr. President, Commissioner Bello, yeah, I think from maybe a policy standpoint, keeping those wagers in the pari-mutuel betting world would realistically have more money flow into the commission and into the state of Wyoming rather than just 10% of the gross of the overall sports bet.
Okay. Mr. President, Kim, is there an option to, if in fact the commission decided to let online sports wagering take place on pari-mutuel events, could you have a percentage of the monies that was wagered on those events possibly go back to horse racing somehow? I mean, that would be another option to consider. But I think keeping it simple is probably the easiest thing, just keep it separate. Like muddy the water as far as the accountability. Sure.
I totally understand.
And Mr. President, if I may, and I think, kind of to talk about, where in the online sports wagering world, the legislature has kind of told you where that money goes. And so that would also hamstring you most likely if all those wagers move from the pari-mutuel side to the online sports wagering side, folks like the horsemen, breeders, and folks like that, you would not be able to reallocate the funding that comes in from the online sports wagering back to the horsemen and the breeders.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions on that?
Mr. Chairman. My question is on 558, instead of may, should it say shall to ensure that it doesn't happen? Because may makes me feel like it's still open, if that's our intent.
What's your take on that?
Thank you, Commissioner Pacheco. In a lot of this, we're trying to allow for some flexibility. And throughout this, the chapters and the different things, with the sports wagering, it talks about some of the flexibilities as far as offerings and different things. So, that would be totally up to you all to make that determination. But that is why the may was in there for some flexibility as market changes. And one thing that we're finding, and we find this with the pari-mutuel world, we're finding this in all gaming activity. It's an incredibly fast-paced world. Things are changing minute by minute, second by second. And so giving a little bit of flexibility, whether it's to the pari-mutuel operators, whether it's the skill-based amusement game operators, or whether it's the sports wagering side of the house, I think we've got to be able to have some flexibility. But also, we've got to address things quicker as well. Question, I don't know if that helps you or hurts you, what I just said. This would be a question for Mike Robbins or Joseph, if you could. What is a typical agreement does a sports wagering operator or a sports wagering vendor have with a event. Can you kind of walk me through just a generic agreement they would have with something? For instance, let's take a horse racing event. What type of agreement would they have?
That would be handled by the sports book. I mean, sorry, that would be handled by the content provider of the horse event. Meaning, so let's take it back up. I'll talk direct. Churchill Downs. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Churchill Downs, obviously, everybody knows they handle Kentucky Derby. They also have a sports book. They're a licensed operator under the Pari-Mutuel laws in many different states, as well as several online sports books through different states. So it's two separate licenses they hold, and they deliver one product. So when it comes to other sports book like William Hill, DraftKings, etc., they need to make an agreement with Churchill in order to get that content. And as you can imagine, not to move away from being objective here, it can get a little complicated. So so what is written here is to handle sports betting under sports betting, and note that Pari-Mutuel is handled under the Pari-Mutuel rules. And that's the common practice.
Mr. Chairman. That being said, I would like to know Mike's take on it, on that verbiage on line 558. If we're just not being absolute, are we melding the two?
Mr. President, Commissioner Pacheco, in reading that, in the law, when we read these words, may is typically permissible. You pair with may not, that almost makes it look more like a shall not. And so, and given that, a lot of these things are either prohibited by statute or prohibited for public policy reasons, I don't really see a lot of these where the commission would be allowing this type of activity anyway. It's something that we can certainly look at and consider whether or not we want to change that to a shall not versus may not. We'll take a look at that, and then next time we put this final version in front of the commission, we can certainly touch on that point.
That sounds good, Dwayne? Okay. With that, Charlie, shall we continue down the list?
Thank you. On page 19, we have prohibited wagers for good cause. Then on 20, some of the wagering rules. There's no changes from the original content that we had. Then on page 22, if I can take a moment and maybe go back just slightly, on page 18, on line 566, where it talks about must only accept online sports wagers on events and wagering types for which, so you understand, commissioners, exactly how the process works. Sports book would submit a request to the commission that they want to do an event. We would then they would submit that to us. One of the things that we've learned throughout this process is that the turnaround time for the sports book is critical. It's critical to get that content approved in the book. So my intentions will be that we want to get these things approved, reviewed, and turned around fairly quickly. So that also speaks to needing more staff, which is for a later discussion. But we will review, as it lists right there. They've got to be a regulated event with judges. And to give you kind of a for instance on what would we deny? Let's just look at that for a moment. The Tyson Jones fight, we would deny. And the reason why is they had, while the undercard for the fight was all under jurisdictions and judges and the whole part, the undercard was approved in most all, if not all, sports books. And a few states, I'm not sure how many, maybe all, did not approve the fight itself because it was, the judges weren't certified judges. They were, it was an event. They had celebrity guests as the judges and so on and so forth. So they denied the event. Another situation, and again, I think this helps to understand this for everybody, is spring baseball. And again, I'm sorry, I'm not a baseball guy. I played baseball, but I'm not a baseball guy, Little League. Spring baseball at the 6th inning, if you choose, you can say, hey, we're done. We don't want to blow the arms out. We don't want to do anything, and we're done. So they deny spring baseball. I would assume that would be the same with the NFL, with some of the games that are out there right now. Those games can be canceled at different points. And a lot of the referees and the different people, they aren't at the same level as professional sports are. So let's maybe draw it down to a Wyoming event. While there is the potential for Pari-Mutuel on it, but if it wasn't Pari-Mutuel, PRCA rodeos are eligible all over the country, and a lot of states are authorizing sports books on those. So there's that potential. Those judges they're certified, they're licensed, and there's a regulatory structure. So there has to be a regulatory structure that is in place, not just regulating it, but all the boxes have to be checked. So I just think that's interesting to understand as we're walking through this a little bit, how it's done. The agreements with the different, with whether it's the NFL or whoever, for that content. And a lot of those agreements are very similar to what we do every day in the horse racing world. It costs so much to take the signal and so on and so forth. So I don't know if that helped you on some of this. As we
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen. Charlie, if you are defining between entertainment and a legitimate sporting event, will our staff have to determine that, or is that determined some way on and I'm just looking at this from a personnel standpoint. Are we going to have to make that decision? Or you as a staff?
As if President Davis, Commissioner Leinen, I think I understood the question. The question was, will the staff be making those decisions? Yes, the staff would need to be making those decisions. And we would have to have dedicated individuals. The catalog that they have in Colorado right now, I believe 800 in some, isn't it? Or Mike, wasn't it 800 events, I believe, they have in their catalog. So the catalog is going to consist of ping pong, badminton, a lot of things. And in fact, I think they had said one of their biggest activities is either ping pong or badminton. So as long as they're under a regulated structure, a regulated body, and it covers that in the rules too, Commissioner Leinen.
Mr. President, if I may.
My concern is, President Davis, my concern is Charlie, you're almost going to have to have a certain amount of staff dedicated to making that decision, aren't you?
Yes, and President Davis, Commissioner Line, yes, that is correct. And, you know, when they provide us with the submissions are quite detailed submissions. While it's happening quickly, you know, they've got it down. They get that information to you. You can do those verifications and get those turned around fairly quickly. But it is going to require additional staffing to deal with that in a timely manner.
Mike, you have a comment?
Yes, Mr. President. And yes, there's a specific set of rules in this packet that address that and kind of lay out a process for going through and doing that approval and making sure that those line up with what the statute allows as a sports wager. And so we'll work with Charlie to make sure that all of that is covered in there and that there's a review process. But as long as it's a sports wager that falls by definition under the statute, and then Charlie and his folks can go ahead and approve those. So yes, you might have, you know, events that people are wagering on that are not traditional events. And along those lines, I went back and I was looking at the legislative definition of sports wagering, and so this will go ahead and take off the board the whole question of horse racing. It says sports wagering shall not include any of the following, and this is in here somewhere, or I thought something was in here, and it says it shall not include, and then it has in paragraph B, it says activities outside of this chapter, authorized or regulated by the commission. And so since pari-mutuel wagering is outside of this chapter and authorized and regulated by the commission, then that is not treated as a sports wager and therefore does not fall under online sports wagering.
Thank you, Mike.
So then with that, we could delete that whole line, 560, on page 18. Is that what you're saying? Or we can follow up at a later date on that and get that cleared up. Good discussion. Thank you. Page 22, this had come up at the top of the page. We have confiscated funds. That was an interesting discussion we had on the confiscated funds and where that flows, how that goes. I think that's going to require a little bit of thought. You know, and my question is, and what we're talking about here is, you know, is this confiscated by the state through a prosecution, or is this just, I'm not sure. I had a lot of questions and with that, and so I know this is going to take a little more discussion with Mr. Kaler, and maybe I'm over engineering it as well too, which I have a tendency to do. Moving to the next piece, we did have some discussion the other day, and what you've got plugged into your sheet there is the Colorado rule 6.2 for pool wagering in the language that they had. There was discussion about adding that into this, and so I wanted to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to see their language, and if there was any comments or concerns with that, I would assume that we will be receiving comments regarding this from the operators and may end up adding that in. Moving on, page 24, we didn't have any changes from the original. 25, we talk about the taxation requirements, the IRS, Bank Secrecy Act compliance, so on and so forth there. page 26, we talk about the integrity monitoring and suspicious behavior and the requirements for the sports book. And this is relatively standard language throughout state by state. On page 27, the reserve requirements, and what I may ask if someone from GLI would like to explain, or if you can explain to the commissioners what a reserve is and how that is kind of a function.
Sure. This is typical for operators to have a reserve on like in the jurisdiction, basically to cover the bets, the futures bets, the current bets, and it's simply as that. You can consider it a bankroll, if you will.
Thank you, Joseph. What we did add in here, and again, we had some, excuse me.
Mr. President, I just had a question on that, $25,000. How was that determined? Is that, whether that's enough or I guess depends on how much is being wagered. There's some criteria for that number.
So the 25,000 was this, it actually, we took that from a couple other markets who adopted that. And if you read it, full through, it's saying less than the greater of 25,000 or the sum of these amounts. So the idea is day one, as an operator, you're going to want to have that 25,000. And if the, player account funds completely eclipse that number, which they're definitely, that they're bound to do, then you're required to maintain that amount of money. So really, it's kind of a starting point.
Thank you, Mike. We also added in here, if you see on line 682, I believe, the equivalents are maintained in a Wyoming bank. And when we were speaking to the stakeholders all expressed that that was not a problem, not an issue. Their banking that they use and utilize are always chartered, nationally chartered and things. I know Representative Walters had a little concern. He wondered if that was going to be too restrictive. And then I think after it was explained, I think he was fine with that, I believe. And if I'd like to ask Commissioner Cavello, is that language, are we using the right terms since you're the banker in the room?
You talked about 864, 865.
Yes, thank you.
I believe we are. However, what could happen is you could have a bank chartered in the state of Wyoming, but actually located in a different state on deposit in that state. So I wonder, if that was truly the intent. I appreciate that it could be chartered in the state of Wyoming or located in the state of Wyoming, but the bank can certainly originally be chartered here and have those funds on deposit in Kansas or New York. I recall the operator saying that they use national banks that have at least one branch. That doesn't mean that the funds are in Wyoming.
But it doesn't, and that's correct. Doesn't it say in a Wyoming bank account? No, in Wyoming, the company wanting to put in there. No, the bank didn't like that.
It says either in the state of Wyoming or minimum charter in the state of Wyoming. Yes.
Mr. President, Commissioner Cavello, yes, you're correct. The first one is or, so it doesn't have to be number one. It could be number two, or number three, or number four. But there's a possibility that one would not be. And so it would not have to be in a bank account. account maintained in Wyoming. It could be just chartered in Wyoming, but the funds could be elsewhere. It could be in the form of a bond, or it could be anything else that's acceptable to the commission.
President Davis.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Either Mike or Joseph with GLI, what is industry accepted practices? Maybe you didn't catch that. Mike Robbins or Joseph?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking specifically to reserve requirements,
Yes.
what we have here, this is 100% expected.
And Mr. President, if I may, and to go back on that, if the reserve is going to be cash or cash equivalent, then it would have to be in a Wyoming bank account. When you're looking at the bank that's chartered in Wyoming, that's dealing with, if you're looking at an irrevocable letter of credit. So that would come from a bank chartered in Wyoming, but if the reserve is cash or cash equivalent, then it requires that the cash or cash equivalent is maintained in the Wyoming bank account. And so I think that addresses the problem that we see.
And I'd like to quickly add that. Oh, sorry.
President Davis, this Commissioner Leinen and Joseph, you can probably answer, or maybe give me some kind of a idea. If in jurisdictions of a population base similar to Wyoming that have online sports betting, what is a typical reserve? And this can be a ballpark figure. I mean, we have $25,000 written in the rules. I just would like to know what a ballpark figure there is for jurisdictions similar in size.
I can say it's much more than that. I can't really speak to the exact amounts. Like Mike said earlier, the 25 is a minimum of what is expected. I am for sure aware that the number is much larger normally. And I also was going to add that all the major operators use banks that have a location in every single state. They use the major banks in every state. So they're very aware and ready for this, frankly. This would be no surprise.
President Davis?
Go ahead.
The reserve requirement is typical all across gaming. And I agree with the folks I agree with Joseph and everybody else, 25,000 is pretty low. It's going to be, the reserve is going to be much higher than that. And it is, even in travel gaming, it's required of us to have what they call a minimum bankroll. So we're required to cover those bets that are made for that day. So a reserve requirement is very, very typical.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add quick, while, they're taking daily bets on a single game, for example, $100 bet, there's odds involved here. So if that bet's an underdog, there's a portion of that bet will pay out much more than $100. And take for instance, like future bets, like bets that are being placed now on the winner of the Super Bowl. Green Bay has a certain number of odds, but that bet will pay out much more than the entry amount. So they keep a pretty heavy reserve in general. It's very, very common and no surprise at all.
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen again. If that is going to be a daily fluctuating, and this is probably for Joseph or Mike, if that is going to be a daily fluctuating amount, wouldn't trying to maintain that in a bonding situation be much more difficult than a cash or a letter of credit from a bank or a bank account, I'm going to assume, I mean, a bond is written into the rules, but I've been bonded before, and adjusting the amount of a bond is not something that can be almost done on a daily basis. Just a question.
Well, keep in mind too that it says, if you look at notes V in that section, it says combination of the allowable forms. So it could be that you have a bond for, say you have a bond for 25,000 just to get, because that is the bare minimum. You're always going to need to have at least 25,000 regardless of what, the other liabilities are in place. And then it could be those other items that are used to cover the additional items notated in section B.
Thank you, Mike. Moving along, section 13 covers patron complaints. Basically, the mechanism and the expectations that the commission has to accept those and review those. One thing, that you do find in some of the jurisdictions, and again, speaking with the sports wagering operators to the south of us, they found themselves in a position there for a while to where it kind of appeared that they were more of a customer service agents than dealing with complaints, and then they had to kind of resolve some of those issues, and which didn't take long to deal with. One of the things that we try, and again, we had asked GLI to work on these rules, is to put a lot of the responsibility right back on the operators and things. So moving on, page 30 and 31, chapter 5, the technical standards. Here we are referencing the GLI 33 technical standards version 1.1. We are also referencing in here the GLI management system, GLI change management version 1.0. In speaking with the stakeholders, they're all accustomed to this and didn't appear to have any real issues or concerns. On page 31, I noted that we did seem like we had a little bit of on lines 998 and then on down there, a bit of a run-on sentence that we'll need to maybe look at and clean up a little bit. On the next page, and the geolocating requirements. First of all, to kind of give you a bit of an understanding, the geolocation product that they use. I've had several phone calls with the company. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty neat to watch. They give us there'll be a back end access that we would have to see how this works and to see it. And we can actually sit there and watch when the first sports wagering wager is placed, we can watch that happen. And you can see that wager. Basically, it's like a pin drop on the state, and that pin drops. If it goes red, that means it was denied. If it goes the other way, it's accepted. So it's some pretty interesting technology. At this point, it seems like we have primarily one vendor that is doing the majority of the states at this time. And we went through a demo, and we plan on doing as an educational demonstration for you all at some point here in the next couple of weeks with them, so you can kind of see how that back end geolocation works. They showed us New Jersey, and with New Jersey, you could see wagers dropping, and you can just imagine how many wagers are dropping, but you'd also see wagers that were dropping on the bridge going to New York. Well, they were being denied. And then you'd see people, you could see almost to where somebody was obviously traveling to where he got in the jurisdiction to where it was allowed for him. Something that Mr. Robbins had shared with us too is in DC, You have a lot of places you can't wager. And even so far as the geolocating system is here, building specific. But I think the way I understood it, they also have some of the geolocating to where it's up and down as well. Floor to floor, different places you can or you cannot wager there. And my question was, obviously, as a regulator, asking what's the success rate or failure rate on that, and they're looking at a 98%, somewhere right in there, which is extremely seems to be extremely good at this point. Back on to section 3. If you look there on lines 1023 and 1024, at the request of our tribal neighbors, I have gone ahead and eliminated, unless otherwise approved by the commission, on there. And then we added the authorized geographic boundary shall include, shall exclude, excuse me, thank you for doing that to me. And this is where we reference the definition, which is in the Indian Gaming Act, and we got the right language. And again, thank you to Commissioner Wildcat for clearing that up for me and for everyone else. And then we had heard from the tribal attorneys and public comments to clarify that. So we're referring to the National Indian Gaming Act to have the right language there. Locating of servers, we talk about locating their servers in the state of Wyoming. That's very customary. There is opportunity for some of their other data to be housed out of state that have a server that is located. ISO certification, cyber security framework, everything in there. Again, a lot of this is all covered, I believe, in the GLI 33 technical security control measures that we're requiring. And again, it's industry accepted practices. Section 7, we talk about security management of the system. We talk about the PII numbers, or excuse me, the personal identification information and protecting those accounts and the security members, security measures, excuse me. And then section 9 is just incorporating the GLI 33 and their appendixes into it. Chapter 6 talks about sports wagering accounts. Account requirements, no one under 18, the different requirements that we have here as far as the legal name, date of birth, different things. Again, that continues on to page 38. Page 39 talks about age identity and verification. Again, they're utilizing software that can verify those accounts. And to speak, as I see this, I thought of something that I'd had a conversation with a gentleman in Toronto yesterday and talking about the cryptocurrency and how at some point that will be utilized in here. And while North America does not authorize cryptocurrency, or excuse me, North America in the gaming world at this point that I'm aware of doesn't offer cryptocurrency to be used. At some point that is going to move forward. Wyoming is the first. And he and I were talking about this, how it's handled in Europe, how it's handled in different countries where it is allowed. And while when he kind of explained this to me, it helped me and how the Anti-Money Laundering Act can be applied and how you would go about it. And what he said, the accounts are still verified. The individuals are still verified. It's the transaction and the movement of the funds that are cryptocurrency. So you still know who the account holder is. You're still identified in the same process. It's just the movement of the money. Now that may be a real simplistic approach to it, because to be very honest, I was sitting there kind of trying to absorb a lot of that. And there may be other people in the room here that know a lot more about cryptocurrency, but down the road, obviously, we're going to have to walk through that, I'm guessing fairly cautious, I guess, and get the rules and regulations set up. But again, as I see this right now, the cryptocurrency would basically be on the shoulders of the system providers and the operators. It would be a vehicle for them to place wagers. The operators and vendors would be paying the state of Wyoming, presumably, through traditional means, ACHs and transfers and things like that. Moving on, if that's all right, commissioners. On page 41, the language at the top of the page, this came up in the stakeholders meetings from the National Council on Problem Gambling, Patrick Willard, who has addressed you all at different times. And he just wanted to make sure, and that probably the language maybe needs to be changed a little bit just to hit it the correct way. But his biggest concern was he didn't want kind of a minimal approach to identifying the National Council or any problem gambling links. While he didn't want to see anything that's overburdensome, he didn't want, just a web address or just a phone number. He wanted to make sure that there was enough of a information there that the patron had the ability to reach out and do things. So moving on, page 42, again, talks about the deposits and the wagering accounts.
So when it says here that you use foreign currency and cryptocurrency, basically you're buying, all transactions are in US dollars. So when you open an account, you just give the day rate, is that, there's no other bets in other currency?
I can't answer that. Maybe that question could be.
I could barely hear the question. I think the question is, are they actually wagering in non-fiat or non-USD?
The question was methods of.
Can you speak up? Speak towards Charlie. That'll help.
Methods of funding the accounts. You get the day rate when you fund the account.
So I'll just what I think is the question. So the accounts are funded by any other cash, ACH. It could be any other approved method, travel check, and you have a digital, crypto, virtual, and those entities are regulated bodies. They're your legit banking institutions and payment processors that link to the sports books. So they have their own rules and regulations, and like Charlie spoke to just earlier about crypto specifically, it's the same thing. You've got cash, you put it in the bank, you take your ACH and you hook it up to DraftKings and you place a bet. You make a deposit and you place a bet. So the funds being taken on to the operators a platform are in regular USD format, and no bets are ever taken beyond that at this time. and clearly would need approval to do any other way.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Again, we have the failed EFT transactions. We talk about that, what they would do with that, withdrawals of sports wagering accounts. Then again, on page 44, we talk about the responsible gambling limits. Patrick Willard from the National Council on Problem Gambling also kind of chimed in here, I believe, talking about the limits and the different things, and just was concerned and wanted the commission to be mindful of those things and the operators. And again, you know, the processes and procedures that would be in place would be a part of their internal controls, and again, which we talk about having those monitored and audited by an independent auditor later. On page 45, on line 436, we added prevent the patron from making online sports wagers. Cleared that language up a little bit. Moving on to page 46, section 15, talking about the dormant accounts. Again, we had quite a bit of discussion the other day on dormant accounts. Where does that money go? And one thing that, again, I come back to is these are the sports books accounts. They're not the state of Wyoming accounts. And they did have some discussion that this would maybe flow towards unclaimed properties. You know, this would be a question of Mr. Kaler probably, and maybe take a bit to look at, but you know, I don't know if we have that statutory authority for the dormant accounts, and that may be more of a thing that needs to be changed through the next legislative session, where those dormant accounts flow to maybe the state of Wyoming or problem gambling or so on and so forth. There is a dormant account.
Mr. President, I think generally speaking, the state of Wyoming has a set of statutes that deal with these types of instances as far as unclaimed property. So whether it is within our sports wagering rules or whether they have to look at the Wyoming Unclaimed Property Act, they're still going to have to comply with that. So those kinds of dormant accounts that are closed, and you know, they send the checks out and they have their process for refunding that money. Eventually, they're going to have to follow the Unclaimed Property Act. And then in working with, or in our stakeholders meeting the other day, it sounded to me like that's a part of their process as they get ramped up in the new jurisdiction, is to identify all of these applicable statutes. And one of those statutes is the Unclaimed Property Act of each jurisdiction. So whether we include it in here or whether we don't, they're still going to have to follow that state law.
Thank you. Moving on, page 47. Then we move on to chapter 7, the audit and internal controls. The internal control standards, the section 1 talks about the purposes of it. Controls are designed to ensure all of the following: assets are safeguarded, financial reports are transacted, transaction of sports wagering operator performed only in accordance with statutes and these rules, so on and so forth. Section 2, commission approval of internal control standards and requirements, unless otherwise provided by the commission before beginning online sports wagering operations. A sports wagering vendor must, or both must submit its administrative and accounting procedures in detail to the commission. Section 3, we talk about the amendments to the internal controls. And then we also, in section 4, we talked about the emergency procedures. You know, we asked, or I asked of the stakeholders, what was considered an emergency procedure. You know, I think at that point, maybe I didn't quite, I didn't feel like the, you know, well, I wrote in here, it was kind of a minimal response, maybe, but maybe it was just me thinking so, not so much, but it was, as much as anything, it is a fast-paced industry. Things do change, and there are emergencies involved in giving some flexibility and kind of guideline. You know, we did talk about the 3 days versus the 24 hours in there. And, you know, I left the 24 hours in. I feel like if it's an emergency, we do need to be contacted. The thought was, and it was discussed, do we want to receive a phone call on a Saturday or Sunday? And over a 3-day period, it could be, you know, a weekend. Well, you know, as I listened to that, you know, I like the idea of maybe not being bothered on a weekend. However, that's part of the JOB. I think that if we have an emergency issue, we have a problem with any system, whether it's, and you know, it's, I think most all the people know in the room, they can pick up the phone, whether it's skill games or whether it's horse racing or whatever. An emergency is an emergency, and pick up the phone and call. I may not have the phone next to me at that point, but we will get back with you quickly. So I left the 24 hours in there at this point.
Use 811 for the call.
Oh, moving on to page 52. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. President, if I might, sections 4 and section 5, it doesn't seem like the commission has much recourse in these two sections. We would ask, you know, ask the operator to provide some kind of support. Should say you get to a scenario where the operator is really not doing what it's supposed to do, should the commission have the opportunity to suspend their operation? Is that covered elsewhere, or is that something we should be concerned with?
Want to take a shot at that one, Mike?
Well, I'm just throwing it out for something to consider.
Whether it's addressed in the document.
Mr. President, yeah, certainly I can take a look. I forget where it's at, but generally speaking, the commission can take action on a permit if they are not compliant with commission rules and or statutes. And so I can't remember if we've gone past that already or if that's coming up, but it is in here, and I'll find out the rules.
President Davis, what was that question?
Want to go to the mic?
Or do you want to just paraphrase it? Or? My question was regarding sections 4 and 5 that we're discussing. What is the recourse of the commission if compliance is forthcoming by the operator?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
And Mr. President, and my answer to that was yes, it's in the rules, and I'll find that somewhere.
Yeah. Charlie.
Thank you, President Davis. On page 52, we talk about the internal control procedures in the auditing, and we had a little bit of a language change there, as you can see. The stakeholders had the opportunity to see this, and this is where we are putting it on the stakeholders. And you know, as I say in my comment there,
Internal control audits allows the commission to remain lean, less staff placing the burden on the operators, cost savings to the state, and maximize the state revenues while still keeping a high level of security, integrity, and respect to the wagering activity. And again, that's our focus is that integrity and respect. But this is a mechanism that we thought we would put in here of requiring those audits and do those audits on an annual basis. We had talked about it a little bit earlier, putting it back on them to do these things. This is a little different than other jurisdictions, but it does give us some ability to be a little leaner at the state level and retain a higher level of revenues back to the state. I'm sure we'll get comments on this. Section 8, accounting and records. We did get a question from the stakeholders meeting, how long to keep the records. Typically from the stakeholders at the meeting, it was 3 to 5 years. I think we can plug that in. It's in your comments too. On section 9, again, moving on, we talk about the financial audits. We talk about having an independent certified public accountant currently authorized to practice in the state of Wyoming and presented in accordance with generally accepted guidelines, CPA, to do those. It is, like I said, authorized to practice in the state of Wyoming. That appears to be fairly standard language throughout most states when you're looking at that. Commission's access to the systems and the data, records retention. Again, we talk about different things there. In the operations. If there's no questions, move on to page 57, chapter 8, responsible gambling and advertising. Section 1 talks about the responsible gaming plan, which would be submitted and approved by the commission. Section 2 talks about the self-exclusion program and what is some of the expectations. We did have a lot of the expectations of these. There is additional language that was taken out that I feel like we can put in commission directives. And again, from talking to the major sports books and everything, they're very accustomed to a high level of that. The involuntary exclusion list. There was one question, and I'm not sure who brought this up to my attention, but on line 1829, gaming facility is used there. Any person whose presence in a gaming facility, I'm not sure that applies to this situation. So I'm guessing we may remove that.
Revisit for my clarity on section 2.
Yes, sir.
The self-exclusion.
Yes, sir.
program.
Yeah.
So is that saying that if you have an account, you're on the commission, that you are not going to be allowed to wager?
I believe that is covered in our statutes as well. Yes, I believe that's, I'm not seeing where you're
Section 2, self-exclusion.
what line are you on?
Number 1814.
Self-exclusion is established for the purpose of allowing persons who wish to refrain from sports wagering and other types of gambling offered by the commission to notify the commission that they will accept responsibility for refraining from engaging in sports wagering or other gaming activities offered by the commission and its permittees. Each person seeking
Is that the general public?
well, this is the way I read this is you're talking about the commission is not offering sports wagering. The permittees are offering sports wagering. So I'm not sure
Okay,
understand your question.
I was not understanding the.
However, we do talk about it in one of the previous chapters. We do talk about staff commissioners are ineligible to wager. I believe we do somewhere.
What is this for?
Excuse me?
Section 2, chapter 8, what is this for? It's saying that you're allowed to not gamble. Allowed not to gamble.
Again, I'm not understanding the question
What
here.
is this? Explain in layman's terms, what is section 2, chapter 8?
That's a self-exclusion. If somebody wants to be excluded and prefers to not gamble, and it's as a mechanism, if you decide, hey, I've got a problem and I don't want to gamble, you can self-exclude yourself, and you can notify the commission, and you can notify the sports books that you don't want to participate.
Who's making them participate? I'm also, it's like, why can't you just do that?
I understand that. It's kind of an industry standard thing that they have. And maybe Mr. Robbins or Joseph can talk to that, or even Jenny, you know quite a bit about that as well too, the self-exclusion programs.
It's actually fairly common in the industry. Oops, how's that? Fairly common in the industry across the board. In fact, Kevin Mullally spearheaded the first program nearly 20 years ago. So someone will come to an operator and say, like, I have an issue, please lock my account and put me on the self-exclusion list. And that list is typically shared throughout the other operators. And they lock the account. So the individual can't place any wagers.
Yeah, it's very common. I don't know any place that doesn't have a self-exclusion program. It does help with the integrity of gaming and the protection of those that do have the compulsive gambling issues. We do have folks come into the regulatory agency here and request to be put on that self-exclusion list. And there are some steps that we go through to ensure that they are protected. They can't come in. We discontinue mailers to them and whatnot, but it's a really beneficial program.
Thank you, Charlie.
Does anyone have the Word document of the rules up where they could go back to and see if we can find where it talks about commission not being able to wager? Bring us back to that. I believe we have a section that does talk about that.
Mr. President, in regards to that, I have a question. On serving on this commission, we regulate a lot of different activities. Diving in this, should we be excluded from
Mr. President, Commissioner Cavillo, from my understanding, it is common in the gambling world. I think, I've seen where, say, a lottery board, their board members are prohibited from participating in lotteries. And perhaps the GLI folks can weigh in as well. But it is, it is kind of a policy type decision. I don't think there's anything in statute, or I'll have to look at the statute and see if that's in there. But in the rule, I think we put that as a prohibited person. And so prohibited person is an individual that's under the age of 18, employee of or appointee to the Wyoming Gaming Commission, folks that are not within the geographic boundaries of Wyoming. So that's that's where that prohibition comes in. I think it's like the third or fourth page maybe of these rules.
Page 5 in definitions.
It's in the prohibited persons definition. I have it on line 116 through 125.
Actually starts bottom page 4. Yep.
So to answer the question, there's not a legal requirement as of yet. And so that'd be a policy decision for the commission to decide whether or not you want to prohibit employees of the commission or appointees of the commission from gambling by doing this. And the rules, certainly you have the authority to do that if you like, but I think that's your call. And I'll double check in the statute real quick and see if that is part of the statutory provision.
President Davis,
Go ahead.
my feelings is regardless or not, if it's in the statutes, that us as regulators should not be allowed to place bets or to gamble in those entities that we are currently regulating. We are making the decisions in licensing, and if they are compliant with the rules. It's just a common practice that regulators do not gamble in their own facilities that they regulate. It does not look good. It doesn't, I just have never seen that allowed.
Thank you, Jerry.
Mr. President,
Dwayne?
Commissioner Wildcat, but my other question would be, are we consistent across the board with the other, with what this gaming commission oversees? And I guess I would go to the director, please.
What's the question?
Could you repeat the question, Dwayne? Rather was consistent.
Are we consistent across the board? First of all, statutes, our original statutes, enabling statutes, talk about recusing yourself if you've been involved, if you're in an event, and so in the horse racing world, no, we don't have that in our statutes, but across other jurisdictions. Most jurisdictions do not allow commissioners, or at least commissioners, to be able to wager. It just depends. So I think at some point, and Commissioner Covello and I had this discussion early on about this, and choosing to stay away from some of the events that we're regulating. And I agree with Jenny, what she says, as a regulator, you're accustomed to not participating in the wagering activity because it potentially will come to you. And in our horse racing side of it, that if you have been in an event and you have been wagering or you're participating, you have to recuse yourself if that comes to you in a hearing or you have to make a decision regarding that. But these are your decisions that you need to make, and I apologize, I didn't catch that when we made that initial run through on that earlier language about that, to bring that to your attention. But these rules would preclude staff and commissioners from wagering on sports books.
If I may, just really quickly ask Charlie, going back to the records retention, just to ensure that there's some sort of coordination with archives and their retention schedules, state retention schedules, because I know that from my background, there's a lot of financial information and reporting that is required to be kept permanent. And so I just want to make sure that we don't get off kilter with state requirements with regards to records retention. So
right. I'll double
I'd
check with
appreciate
that.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What page was that on?
Yeah.
Check with her. Shannon.
Page 54. Thanks for that. Attention.
That we're applying to the state of Wyoming, right?
We are.
Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if the vendors would be required to fall under that, but if they're required to have an audit, they might be. So, just want to make sure that we're not. mixing apples and oranges.
You know, and going back to some of the discussion on commission wagering and different things, you know, this is some of the discussion that was on the floor, you know, with gaming, and maybe I missed the discussion too, and I stepped out, but, you know, we've got to elevate things and do it the best we can, along with following our statutory requirements and things. So, you know, it's this would be up to you all, whether you want to keep that language in or take it out. But as Mike said, he will double check and make sure it's not labeled in the statutes. So, and I've got it right here in front of me. I'm trying to look through it quickly for you, and I'm not finding it.
Mr. President, that is not in statute. That was added to the rule pursuant to just the general sports wagering statutory authority, so it is up to the commission.
And I guess these rules don't apply to, what did you say originally, where we were having this discussion? Whether these rules apply where we're going to do the betting between sports wagering and pari-mutuel. That pari-mutuel is specifically called out, not allowed to be covered. Sports betting.
That's correct. That is not classified as online sport, or I guess sports wagering by definition excludes anything that is covered in another chapter other than the online sports wagering chapter.
Thank you.
President Davis, what was that question?
We covered it earlier, Denny, that was pari-mutuel wagering covered under sports betting. And it was the legislation or the statute specifically spelled out that it is not under, as Mike put, under sports wagering. That's kind of
That's a lot of content.
That clear, Denny?
Not really.
Mike, could you repeat what you said? That way Denny can get it right.
So, Commissioner Wildcat, the question is whether or not under the statute and under Wyoming law that pari-mutuel wagering on pari-mutuel events was allowed, you know, whether that could fall under the online sports wagering. But in looking at the statute, the online sports wagering statutes do not allow sports wagering on the pari-mutuel statutes, because it says that those are covered under a different chapter of the statute. And so they are separate, and a pari-mutuel event is not a sports wager by statute. So we don't have to worry about whether or not we can, if we have to permit, you know, an operator to allow wagering on pari-mutuel events. It's not allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Mike. Charlie, we're at 58, section 3.
Let me get there again. Well, I keep wanting to go back to page 5.
Let's start with
Oh, hey, it's process. I'll get to, we're almost
there, ready for a 5-minute break.
You want to do that now, or you want to go ahead and get through 9? Okay, that's no big deal. On page 59, section 4, sports wagering operators, sports wagering vendor responsibilities, self-exclusions, and then advertising. We talked about advertising on page 60, just briefly in a short paragraph. Finished with that. Chapter 9, section 1 through to 3 talks about our authority, the purpose in our contested case proceedings, and referencing the OAH's process for contested case hearings and hearings, etc. there. So because of the volume, we've chose to go ahead and do like a lot of the agencies and go ahead and just incorporate their rules by reference.
Any further questions or comments at this time?
Is there anybody from the public out there? Get on board.
Well, quick comment, question, can you tell us the timeline, moving forward, 45 days, and then we're gonna, how we discuss this next.
Here's the timeline, and I've held this up to a lot of people that were on. And again, what I did with the timeline and to develop this, I started at the September 1 deadline that we're on, and I backed everything up. So my hope for the next step, and there's a couple ways we could do this, I guess, is I'm hopeful that we can have these rules in public comment by the 1st of June, which is an incredibly aggressive timeline. When we have our discussions and we talk, I think there's just no way to do it. But you know, that's where we need to be to hit the September 1st deadline, is, you know, be on the governor's desk and get that turned around, you know, as soon as he can possibly do it, and have it into public comment. So where are we at today? We're sitting at May 14th. After today's meeting, I'm planning on probably one more stakeholder meeting, maybe next week, just to see if they can get us their concerns or individually talk to a few of the stakeholders. And I guess we could proceed in a couple ways, and Mike, stop me if I'm wrong. You could give the staff the authority to go ahead and move it towards the governor's office with minimal changes as we've discussed today. And because the commission the basic commission vote would be at the end of public comment when there's the formal adoption. At this point, we can put it into public comment with just basically you know, make some of the changes, do it, put it into public comment. Or we will make our changes quickly and have a clean copy with different things that we've talked about today, and schedule a Zoom call. I talked with President Davis about doing that this morning. We could do that as early as maybe the end of next week. You know, I'm not sure that Mr. Kaler has the time, you know, right now. That kind of, he was not aware of that, but you know, there is that option too.
Commission feel on this.
And
Mike,
Mr. President, if I may jump in real quick, I'll certainly make time. And it may be my recommendation in looking through and trying to find the answer for Mr. Chipper's question with respect to suspension and the authority to take action for violations of statutes and rules. It appears that somehow a portion left out, but we did have that in there. It looks like for some reason it got left out of here. I think I just got cut happy in the rules. And so we'll have to plug that in. So it may be a good idea just to give the commission one last look at these set of rules so that we don't miss something like apparently we just did. And we can get that up, get it to you, and sign off.
Help me out here. It sounded like from the last Zoom meeting that the operators had lots of comments coming. So would it be best to wait for them before we submit?
You know, again, looking at the timeline, which I know I've said it 100 times, I hate that. We need to, you know, the public will have an opportunity in the 45-day public comment. So that opportunity is not, but we're trying to eliminate those issues going. We're trying to get this taken care of on the front end instead of working on the tail end, because at the end of public comment, if we're making any changes that are anything other than just minor changes, then we have to start the process over again. And that's the fear. So to answer your question, I think it would be best to wait for them and just have to kind of play it by ear, see if I can push them a little bit to get those to us sooner. They had mentioned, and I'm sure they're all listening online and have representatives listening today. You know, encourage them to get those to us sooner. I think they had mentioned last week they would have them by Friday, maybe. Yeah, next week. Yeah. And then, of course, I think there's a holiday coming up sometime, isn't there, soon, too, that takes up. I don't take them. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Commission deal, is that the way we want to proceed down this avenue?
We will make the changes and do that as we talked about today, and then we will get back with you as soon as we're able to do that and hear from the stakeholders.
Will we have any further discussion, or is it break time? I declare a break.
So that's 22, what time will be back? 7 minutes.
We'll take a
Did he say we were taking a break?
I do believe they actually, he did say that.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
There's no
we'll
10-minute
take a
break?
break till 11:30.
11:30. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie.
You're coming up.
Well, we need to put it right there by Charlie and nobody can hear him.
Just talking about some of the skill stuff. What if I do with my? Yeah, no. My
Attendance?
my roll call stuff.
Yeah.
It's honestly, I put myself on the people here.
You are muted now, shift. Oh, that's Nico. Was that you?
Don't forget.
Okay. Everybody back in session here, thumbs up.
Let's do a roll call.
Roll call, please.
President Davis.
Here.
Thank you. Vice President Broussard. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Covello.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Daigle.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Barry. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Lyman.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Kura. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Pacheco.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
Thank you. And we also have Senator Driscoll has joined the call. And we have Dan Schiffer here in the room, Governor's Liaison, is with us. Representative Walters is not attending today. And we also have Representative Newsom and Senator Ellis, I believe. Yep, there she is. Is on the call. So thank you everybody for joining us. Jump in the middle of it, right?
At this time, Charlie, we go to item 4, number B, chapter 8, conduct rules, draft regulations.
And I will turn that over to Brandy to handle that. That is great.
Mr. President.
Where'd she go?
Right there.
Oh,
Mr. President.
yes, go ahead, Dwayne.
I'm just glad I'm on a Zoom call, so you guys can't wring my neck. But I want to go back. I didn't know what how we were going to move forward with these rules. So I do have a comment on page 52. If I can just ask to move back to the proposed rules.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. On section 7, where it talks about internal controls and allows the commission to remain lean, I have to throw it out there that I don't believe that remaining lean is the purpose of this commission. Or my view is that we should, put in the resources toward this to ensure that we have the most credibility in what we're trying to do for the state and for the Gaming Commission moving forward with these rules.
President Davis, if I can respond to that, and I guess to respond to that, I agree with you. First off, Commissioner Pacheco, and in a situation like this, I think again part of the discussion when the rules were put together was it's also a question of having that expertise to deal with some of this up front. While we have a lot of good people, it's probably going to come down to either the operators or the sports books are going to hire someone, or it's going to be us to come in and do those annual reviews. That's kind of what it comes down to. So in this situation, maybe saying that we're going to stay lean and less staffing, what it is more than anything, it's putting the burden onto them to do that, and we could do that in a different way also, if you choose. But an annual review of this, we would end up hiring somebody to do it. No different than what we are doing in our yearly and signature reviews of historic racing. We hire GLI to come in there and go through the state
and verify the games and signatures once a year, along with our staff doing it the rest of the year.
Mr. President, and thank you, Charlie, for that. We make money for the state. It's never a burden. I don't feel like we are a burden. I feel like we should take on that responsibility to ensure that that we add integrity to the online sports betting. Thank you.
That would be up to the commission too.
How's the commission feel about that?
Question is, are we going to be responsible for following this in the online audit?
Correct. The setting right now, the intent is for this rules to have them do the third-party audit on themselves and present that to the commission.
I agree with that.
That's what,
But Dwayne wanted that.
no, Dwayne would like the commission to staff up to do the audit on behalf of the state of Wyoming.
I think an independent audit would be better.
Is that correct, Dwayne? Commissioner Pacheco?
Yes, I feel like it is, we should have our, it should be our responsibility to ensure that we have instead of putting it back on them, that we should absorb just to make sure that auditing process is appropriate to maintain integrity to it. I don't feel like we should have a third party that we agree upon. Yes.
I believe that's part of it, Commissioner Pacheco, that the third-party auditor, the CPA involved there, is pre-approved by the commission to do that work for that vendor on behalf of the commission. Is that correct, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. So
Go ahead, Mike.
So section 7, we work to get added C and D, where basically, it's up to the commission to decide who is currently approved to conduct these audits, the independent entities. And then, of course, if the operator or vendor, wants to use an alternate independent entity, they can request it, and then it's up to the director to determine whether or not that entity is recognized. And the other thing I'd like to add too is, one thing that is different than, the HHR and any sort of terrestrial gaming, because this is online, you're going to have an operator who is getting their operations audited on an annual basis in multiple states. So there might be a case where you'll have an auditing firm like GLI, for instance, perform an audit for Wyoming against Wyoming rules, and also Michigan against Michigan rules, Iowa against the Iowa rules, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of one of the things.
President Davis?
Yes, go ahead.
I think a lot of that is that the comment on the side there is deceiving. It does talk about just wanting to remain lean and having less staff, where that and I agree with Dwayne that that's not how we should be. We should be there to ensure the integrity, ensure all the assets are protected for the state of Wyoming. But that comment there kind of, it takes away from the mission of what the Gaming Commission is charged with. So that's where I'm looking at is that's not having a third party auditor. The reason for that is not what's listed in the comment. I don't know if that makes sense to y'all, but it's just very deceiving to me when looking at that. Because the intent of regulatory is not to remain lean. We want to protect all those assets for the state and protect our vendors, protect our permittees, and we don't want to skip over anything and make any allowances just to remain lean.
So basically, we're having an issue with the comment that is listed to the side, the way it's presented.
That's the way I'm reading it. I don't know. I understand what Dwayne's talking about too. With we should not be lean for the sake of saving dollars or whatnot. But that was my issue. Sorry, Dwayne, you can go ahead.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I do have concern with the comment, but I also go back to, we talked about having, looking at the different states and kind of melding some of those rules to make our rules. And it looks like we're striking out things. So I'm concerned that we are striking out some things that could be some controls that seem to be important to other states. So help me understand that, Charlie.
Don't just smile.
You know, you always hate it when you start out saying all due respect to everybody involved. In my mind, lean means we don't have any extras. And we don't pile on a lot of things, but absolutely the integrity is the number one issue here. And in doing this in the best way to protect the state of Wyoming is always my number one focus. And, you know, eat, sleep, and drink, that type of an attitude. But we don't need extra fat. And that's how we approach this a little bit. And, you know, it's either way is fine with me. It's a matter of budgeting and getting the spending authority and getting that maneuvered in between now and the next budgeting. And it's also, you know, while I know it's kind of contrary on part of this, you know, I do have a responsibility to maximize those revenues as often as I can as well. So, you know, staying lean in my mind is basically staying healthy, wealthy, and wise, maybe without the wealthy part. So I don't take that as a negative, but it's up to you all. You are the ones that make the decisions on this, and this was just a proposal. And I think we can recraft this language and change it, keeping obviously the internal controls and the auditing requirements for everybody, but doing it in a little different manner that maybe is a little more traditional, I guess.
Okay, Mr. President, I still didn't feel like I received an answer to the question. The question was, if we've melded multiple states' sports betting, online sports betting rules, why did we strike that out? And how does that add to what we're trying to do? Because as I said before, we actually this is a money-making proposition. We're not a burden on the state.
I guess I'm still vague on what the question is here, Dwayne, is when GLI developed this set of rules, they used rules from other states to kind of, how should I say, just make a special set of rules for Wyoming. Without reinventing the wheel, we were able to plagiarize these other states in order to come up with this set of rules that specifically affects the state of Wyoming, and it's the way we're set up here. Does that make sense? So in plagiarizing those set of rules, that's where we came up with this set of rules. Okay, so this internal control part of that is part of no different than what we do with, say, the special districts in the state of Wyoming. Every special district in the state of Wyoming if I'm not mistaken, is audited, and then it is re-audited by a CPA from the state of Wyoming, which puts it forth to the state. So basically, that's what we're requiring these vendors is basically to recertify what they're sending us. Does that make sense?
Well, I guess, if you don't mind, we rely on third parties like laboratories. We don't hire Wyoming employees to be a Wyoming laboratory. They specialize in that, so why not accounting firms?
Does that make sense? But still, we have the oversight in there to control who is doing the audit, the third-party audits. And we have the criteria there for that. It's just then we don't have the staff in the office doing the third-party audits.
Right. And Mr. President, I understand that. My only question is, why would we move away from what the other states are doing if we're following all of the other procedures that the other states are doing? I mean, there must be some value in that. I do understand the correlation that you're making. I'm just wondering why we're striking that out and why we're, is it that we're modifying to the good, or are we cutting some corners that could otherwise be something that is beneficial to us? And so I guess I would just want to answer on that question.
So one thing I want to bring up is when we were looking at the other states is a lot of times when it comes to talking about internal controls audits, they loop it in directly with the financial audit, the CPA. And when you get to things a little more complicated, like sports wagering, there's a lot of it's different when everything, all aspects of like the majority of the aspects of the operation are handled within that system or within that device. For instance, you take a historical horse racing machine. Well, everything, all the controls, all the things for integrity happen directly within that system, within that gaming device, and that's just it. When it comes to things like sports wagering, there's a lot of operational procedures and internal controls. And so what we're doing in here is we're kind of taking the focus on, hey, these internal controls are very important and they need to be audited on an annual basis. We still have the financial audit to make sure, revenue is calculated properly and things of that nature. But the additional aspects of, you're running the system that has been certified, but how are you running this system and how are you managing your operations? That's what this section really is focusing on. And the markups here kind of were to hone in on the control of the commission of who is the entity performing this audit, making sure it's on an annual basis. The initial text said prior to commencing operations, and that's already tied into the internal control review, the initial internal control review that is performed directly by the commission. Now, as far as beyond the audit, and this would be where commission staffing would come into play. They can review the results of the audits, and if they require any sort of additional auditing or any sort of additional inquiries, that's when they would work with the operator as well as whoever's the independent entity performing the audit.
Did that help, Dwayne?
It does help. Mike, do you see value then in having staff to do that? If there are issues that independent question or audit?
Do we have a vision from your side, John?
President Davis, Commissioner Pacheco, the envisioning of how this would apply is no different than, we have several contracts. In the horse racing side, we have a laboratory that does the testing, while our staff is involved in the pulling of the samples,
the shipping of the samples, the chain of custody of the samples. We send those samples off to industrial labs in Wheat Ridge, Colorado to do the analysis of that. They provide that information back to us. On the historic racing side, we hire outside auditors to come in and verify signatures once a year. They do the whole state. They're verifying the games match up with what we have approved. But also with that, our investigators and auditors are going around verifying those signatures on a weekly, daily, monthly basis doing that. They're doing the same with the skill-based amusement games. Our internal mechanism is doing that. We hire an outside independent third party to do all the wagering transactions along with what we're doing internally in our office as just another layer of making sure we're doing it. And I envision this as virtually identical. They will be submitting their internal controls. They will be reviewed by our staff. They will be approved by our staff. We will have a third-party auditor, whoever that is, and approved by the office to review those and make sure that's happening. And part of that is because this is an online platform. If this was a brick and mortar platform, it would be very similar to what we do weekly, daily, all the time with the off-track wagering locations. But since it's an online platform, it's a little different animal. So, you know, I'm remiss that I used lean, and I apologize for that in advance. I think it's just an additional layer. We're not solely relying on that, nor do we solely rely on any of our outside auditors or any of our vendors that are assisting us. We still review those. The responsibility is still on us, and the ultimate decision is on this agency as well. So, and again, we can revise this if we need to very easily to make it to where it's worded a little differently.
Charlie, Mr. President, Charlie, thank you for that clarification. I see this as an opportunity for you to add staff because we're throwing a huge burden on you with, I shouldn't say we, the state is, and this is an opportunity for you to, as we talk about trust but verify, that this process, and I feel like we should take advantage of that. So I'll just leave it at that. I definitely want to be on record saying that because I know how thinly you have been tasked this past 2 years, and I just feel like there's opportunity here for you to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne.
You know, and President Davis, Commissioner Pacheco, and again, I appreciate the conversation. I think this is very important. You know how, you and I have had a ton of discussions on things, and I think it's incredibly important we have these discussions here today. I think we talk this through, we understand it, and also for the participants that are in the meeting here that are hearing it, our legislators, they see where we're at, they understand some of the dilemmas of dealing with this, and it's not as simple as just stamping it and going on. You know, there's a lot of moving parts, and you know, I appreciate it.
With that, are there any other comments from the commission or the public at this time? Hearing none, then Charlie, did we?
Now we can turn it over to Brandy to deal with Chapter 8.
Where is Brandy?
Draft rules, conduct of races.
Thank you, President Davis, Commissioners.
So we're gonna review, the reason why the chapter 8 conduct rules have been looked at again. We have a couple different reasons. First one for the medication that we're gonna go over. That's just basically trying to clear up some wording issues and kind of go with what the model rules show for the testing. So that is really what under section 2, C, D, and D, that's what that's going over. So basically what we're doing is we're clearing up those. We have the, on C, we're taking out the residue of the major metabolism, and we're changing out with the indigenous concentrations. As you can see, then we have the nandrolone down further in that section. So basically, all of those would be I, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So basically, just going to do that. I don't know if Director Moore is the one who added these in. I don't know if he had anything else to add to that, or if you want me to go line by line.
How's the commission feel? I think line by line, and then we can address each thing as we're going through.
Okay, so going on to D, the concentrations of the indigenous anabolic steroids shall not exceed the following: 3 IV not contingent steroid concentrations in plasma or serum. Take out urine threshold concentrations for total free drug metabolite and drugs or metabolite liberated from its constituents. Sorry, I'm having a hard time.
I got the wrong.
President Davis, I can jump in here if you'd like me to.
Okay.
What we did here is, this was mirroring the ARCI rules. When we initially put in steroid rules, excuse me, shortly thereafter, they reformatted and reframed the steroid rule. This has been adopted in the majority of the states in North America and throughout. So it's a very standard, very common rule that is in place, just clarifying it, putting the thresholds in there, and it actually works better for the horsemen and everybody involved. And if you'd like me to, I can move on. And what I'll do is send back to Brandy when we get to the breeders. On the next page, on 8.3, I believe it is, and I'm looking at a little different packet for some reason, and it's my fault, not yours, or anybody's fault. We added where it says bute, we added phenylbutazolide in there, and then on M, again, this is a national trend. We have taken the bute, which that's the short term for phenylbutazolide, to we've cut the threshold in half, where the amount will not exceed 2 micrograms per milliliter. Again, that is an industry and national trend to lower that amount of phenylbutazolide in horses. And again, that is a permissible substance to have in a horse. Again, something too, these rules would not go into effect for this racing season. There's no intent for these rules to go into effect, and they may require a little more discussion as well. So if there was no comments on the steroid or on the bute reduction, I would turn it back to Brandy because she is the expert on the rest of it. I think there was one last thing on page. There was just a formatting cleanup on one of the pages, and it may be later on. But moving to section 6, Wyoming bred, Brandy.
Yes, thank you.
Oh.
Where am I supposed to stand so I can hear?
there any place?
I don't know.
You should.
Up to- Right here, Frank.
And it's appropriate for public comment.
Do we want to go wait for you now or?
I wanted to cover the medication thing before you get to the next one, which is wireless.
Okay, if you want to do that, since we're right there on that chapter, let's do it. Come forward. Here's the mic.
Well, when I saw this, I was real curious as to who brought this forward because I didn't know that we were even talking about this. I guess it's staff, is that correct?
Regarding medication,
Yeah.
that would be.
Was it, what the
Yeah.
horsemen or?
No, it's no.
Staff. We brought it forward.
President Davis, this is Commissioner Lyman. Could the gentleman who's speaking identify himself?
I'm sorry, Frank Lamb, Wyoming. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
So it looks like that the stuff on the steroids, it just kind of updates it to the RCI model rules. But to get to the Butte thing, I think this needs some discussion. And yes, it is true that it is a trend going back to 2. And I say going back to 2 from 5 because in the late 70s and early 80s, it was 2. And as Solomon said in Ecclesiastes, what has been will be again, and there is nothing new. So, but over the course of the years in the 80s, the horsemen around the country got it bumped up to 5 because the science says that if you give a proper injection or the proper dose of phenylbutazone to a horse 24 hours out, it shouldn't go over 2 micrograms per milliliter. But the problem is not every horse is the same. So some would go over that. Their metabolism was different. So the National HPPA was and other horsemen's groups was able to convince the entire industry to bump it up to 5. And we've been that way since, like I said, the early 80s. And now there is a push to reduce it to 2, and several states have, not all states, several states have. I don't think it's something that's, personally, I don't think it's broken, so I don't see a need to fix it, but I shouldn't be up here speaking for the horseman, but I am a horseman too. That's part of the business I came up in before I got into management and regulation. But so I would urge caution on that, and that's all I have to say on that. Can I stand for questions?
Dr. Barry, do you have any input on this?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I agree with Frank. Every horse is different. You feed a horse for multiple doses, his liver is going to start metabolizing that drug faster than a horse that's had its first dose. So I don't know how anyone can say 2's okay, 5's not. I mean, it's not clear. And just my own personal views, I don't know why you use anything. There's 10,000 safer drugs to accomplish the same thing out there, but that's all.
Thank you, Frank. Any further discussion on the 5 to 2? All in favor? Okay, shall we continue on? Brandy?
Thank you, President Davis and Commissioners. Moving on to the Wyoming bread aspect, just a little background on why staff has looked into the Wyoming bread. Not just from the staff point, this is coming from horsemen's group meetings, listening in on LABRA meetings, as well as Shipper. We were there in Rock Springs, and we went to a horsemen's meeting regarding limited races for them, not being able to run their horses, only having a limited number. Now, last year it was different. due to the fact that we had COVID. We had a lot more horsemen coming out of state. So a lot of those races, were written for them. Because you have to, as a racing secretary at the backside, you do have to write races for them. Yeah. So we understand that aspect, but some of this, especially getting into it, I'll explain more when we come up on each thing, but these were not just from staff. This was also from the horsemen of the state of Wyoming that had brought concerns to either myself or other staff members or like our liaison, Mr. Schiffer. So we'll start with section 6, Wyoming Red Horses. What we're doing is our inspectors, we send them out to inspect horses. In order to find these horses, they have to, give them a list. They travel across the state, they get there, the mare's not there. So we spent a whole day or trip trying to find them from where they said they lived. Permanently domiciled. Tell them permanently domiciled. For some reason, nobody understands what permanently domiciled means. Well, they're still in the state. You can't prove that we did take it, that they're not in the state. They're just not in the state where we sit. So in order for the inspectors and us to find them, to have some, I guess, disciplinary actions, we have to get into, basically changing the wording. We're looking at changing the wording to kind of show physically located. That way, no matter where the bear is at all times, we need to know. So that's going to start with what we're going to get into. We've taken out on Wyoming Red Horses on 523 through 525. We're just taking out the state statute there. And if you move on down to the credit Wyoming Free Bear, we're taking out permanently domiciled and asking to put physically located within the borders of the state of Wyoming to include tribal lands and federally owned property. So basically what that is, we looked into it, the tribal lands were never covered, and we know we have a lot of horse populations there, as well as we were talking about the Yellowstone National Park and things up there. So we looked into it, and they do have to where you can rent or lease, I guess, the land. So adding that to the rules would follow all of them and be within the state of Wyoming. So it's just basically broadening that up and making it to where the brood mares and stallions both, as you can see, would be under the same rule and have it to where they can be within those guidelines within the state of Wyoming. So moving on with that, we went down to the physically located again on 546, permanently domiciled, replaced with physically located. And this is to include the tribal lands and federally owned property again, so that'll go, you'll see that throughout the rules, just to cover us on that part. What we're moving into next would be on 556, the reaccreditation of mares through the process of certification by the state breed registry recognized by the commission after a previously accredited mare or stallion has been suspended from the Wyoming Bred program. The reason why that's added is in this state, when we go to accredit a mare, they have to put where they're physically domiciled. Then we actually show where they're supposed to be within whether they put on their application. When they go, if they're not there and they can't provide that the mare's been taken out of state or where she's at, they would be suspended in our system. So we suspend them, they write them a letter, they send it to them. And what this does is, right now, what's happening is they will accredit the horse. The mare comes up without having a foal. So instead of letting us know, they just take her back to Utah or Idaho. They don't let us know where she's at. And they don't care to notify us because they have no penalty. So they can just pull her out and they just said, we'll just pay that $200 fee to bring her back. And this has happened a handful of times. We send our investigators up there, they get there, they show up with Cody for 2 head, there's no horses up there. They just decided to pull them out, they didn't notify us. So basically we have, we go ahead and suspend them, but all they do is come back in the next year and pay $200 and they're back in. They're not losing any, so they're, they're, as far as we're concerned, the staff, they are, they're working the system. And that's where we've seen a huge problem. And the investigators can attest to this. It's not just 1 or 2. There's a lot of people. They've spent, I don't know how many miles they've covered last year, but, every time they would come back with another instance of someone that pulled their mare or moved her without our consent and didn't notify us. So that's where these rules are coming in. We need to have, we want to talk with the commission to see what you feel is the right punishment, for people that do this. And these are kind of what we came up with as far as changing the permanently domiciled to say physically located by, as on line 556, reaccreditation, where it means what it means, and that they have to reaccredit. The following fees shall be assessed when reaccrediting, and transferring ownership of the horse. So reaccreditation now, what they can do is they can just get out and do it for $200 and they're back in. What we're suggesting is reaccreditation for a Wyoming bred. If they reaccredit, then they have to pay a higher fee the next time. So that's where 571 comes in, to reaccredit Wyoming breds for $400. Go over to 575, reaccreditation Wyoming stallions, $600. So basically what we're saying is you're doubling the initial fee. So if you have another piece going in and out, then you have to at least double the fee to get her back into the program, where now there is no, they just come back in and pay the initial fee that was to accredit the mare without any repercussions. If you move down to 597, the recipient mare must be currently identified, papered, branded, and tattooed. And we're going to take out the permanent domicile and put in physically located within the borders of the state of Wyoming, tribal lands, and federal property. If you move down to 608, the mare owner shall certify the location where the mare is physically located and where the mare is going to foal, if different from the certified location. And that this must be in writing. Before, we did the honor system where you just call, let us know, hey, where it fits in now, it's to protect the staff as well as them. If it's in writing, it goes right into their file. We were trying to do in-state rules so they could just call and tell us. It's just to protect the staff from them saying, no, we did call. You don't remember that? That type of ordeal. So we ran into that, and we need to really draw that up. So basically everything in writing prior to leaving. So that's one of the major things is that we need to know prior to leaving instead of afterwards. If you go to 618, the mare owner shall notify the state registry in writing within 24 hours of any movement, whether in state or out of state, for any non-emergency purpose. Now, why we put that in here is we do have, if you have a stallion or a mare that gets hurt and you need to take her out, the last thing you're thinking is, oh, I gotta notify the commission. We want you to be able to take care of that issue and then let us know. So that's why we put it in there, that there's that leniency if that happens.
Because we did have that a couple times this year with styles, but her had to go quickly out of state to render aid, so I think that's one of the major things. And then it goes on to say, once you get there, we need a medically emergency form, license from a licensed vet, and pretty much explaining what the case is. And the mayor's moved from, when the mayor moves from the certified location to another location without proper notification, what was that accreditation, it must be reaccredited to return to the state or to return to the code. So basically, that's where that will come in. If you don't do that, you move and we catch you, then you're gonna have to, we're gonna suspend you without notification. You'll have to recredit to come back in, basically, all that line is saying right there. Now the next one, 626, accredited Wyoming stallions must be accredited by December. We're gonna cross that off and we want to move that to January 1st of the breeding season to receive stallion awards from that resulting full crop for the Wyoming red racing stock hold. What's happening now is the deadline was set for December, which is at the end of the breeding season. So what we found is we can't properly identify stallions because we don't know where they are. We don't know that they are stallions. We don't know that they're participating in a Wyoming bred program. So when our investigators go out to check the mares, we're missing the stallions on that because right now it stands being December 3rd, December 1st, right? So you would move it to January 1st, to the beginning of the year, which makes more sense, so we can give notice to who the stallions are, who's eligible, and we can actually identify those and make sure that those stallions are where they're supposed to be. The problem now is, we're supposed to know that a stallion is eligible for these awards, but we're doing it after the fact, so we just want to move it to the forefront. That's why we wanted that January 1st date. I think it would be, I talked with the Wyoming all breeds, and they have a stallion progeny program going on, and this would really help benefit them, so they kind of know who to, not just to solicit, but who really is involved in the Wyoming program at the beginning of that year. So they were in agreement with that, and so they thought that would be a great move. And George Fire can speak to that following later for his board. Then again, so then if you move on to 630, you have the stallion owner shall, and that's where we took out give written notice, and we just changed it with the certified the physical location where the stallion is standing at all times. The certificate shall be submitted to the state red registry in writing. There again, we just want to be in writing anymore, just to show a paper trail. 635, the stallion owner shall notify the state breed registry in writing within 24 hours of movement, whether in state or out of state. There again, that's the same as we did for the stallions. The same wording there, and the reason why we did that was just so we know exactly where they're at and they're physically located. And then if they do it without our permission, that they will, not with permission, without notification, that their accreditation will be lost. We would have to reaccredit. Moving on to 649, all accredited stallions and mares are subject to inspections through the year to verify compliance with the section. Inspections are conducted at random and without prior notice. Any attempts to verify the physical location will be made within reason. If the commission is unable to verify if the horse is at the certified location, the affected participant may be subject to suspension from the program and will require to be reaccredited to return to the program. So that's So there, the reason why we added that again was to reiterate that if you lose accreditation, you have to be reaccredited to come back in. Okay, on D, this comes from, the changing of this really comes from the conversations we had with Portsmouth, as well as looking at the data for what's been happening with the trend of the Wyoming Reds. It says every permitting licensed by the commission shall offer at least, we're changing that to 2 Wyoming bred quarter horse races and 1 Wyoming bred thoroughbred race, excluding Wyoming bred stakes races each day during its meeting. So we're asking to change that from 1 to 2 and to exclude Wyoming bred stakes races. That way, a lot of times you'll see that the stakes races are that day to run 1 stakes race and then they won't ride any other Wyoming breds. And just so to make note on that, I did my research on that because anytime you start changing things, you know, we get a lot of people pullback on that. But if you can look back on 5D, we haven't got there yet, the Breeders' Award Program. It's under 5D, under the Wyoming Breeders' Award Program stats. You can see that our full count is raising from 2013, we had 42 2-year-olds to where this year we have 166. So each year it's been going up. 2017 we had 114, then we went to 144 in 18, 19, 166, and I believe that the 2020 we had another 150 in broodmare, so I would see that raising at least to 180 Wyoming bred. So we have Wyoming breds that are starting to trickle in, and so they can meet this requirement.
But let me ask you this, from your mind, just go ahead. If it's increasing, why do we need to increase the regulations? Not sure why.
So basically, their numbers are increasing, but the number of races we run for Wyoming breds is not. So we're increasing their numbers, but we're not increasing the bred.
Races per day on average?
Yeah, it's hard to do the average because we'll have like 10 Wyoming bred trials on one day, so it skews the total of that. But I have running records of all of the how many starters and everything we have. Because of the fact that, and I've also researched other states. I talked to Ryan Robichaux with Robichaux Ranch this morning. The Louisiana bred program makes you run at least 5 races in the book a day. Texas is 2, and I'm going by. So each race meet that they run are strictly like quarter horses. So in our state is primarily quarter horses. So that's why I didn't raise the number of the thoroughbred, just the quarter horses, because right now we're finally getting numbers that we can just get 1 thoroughbred race to go. Because we have like 10, 11 thoroughbreds that are getting accredited. And the majority you see on that list I gave you, like 2-year-olds this year, we have 149 quarter horses, 11 pinks, or 11 thoroughbreds and 6 pinks. So basically the pinks run with the quarter horses. They have to run theirs, and then the thoroughbreds have their own race. So basically that's why, I mean, the data shows, and if you can look, the data shows that there's enough, especially for older, probably for the older accredited breds to run more races for them.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That just sounds, it feels like the commission's managing the operations of the track.
Well, it's already in rule. It's already in rule, and with the conversations we had with Portsmouth, when they discussed it with the operators, it didn't go over well, and they told them if they didn't like it, to take their stuff and go. Yeah, both operators. So, and Mr. Shipper was in the meeting when they told us that, and it was, that's not the attitude that we want. We want the Wyoming breds. I know what it takes to make a meet, which means any type of races can go, but, we're actually the register, I'm the registrar for the Wyoming bred program, and, the fact that our races are, our numbers are rising, there's no reason that, you have to kind of go to time. If our numbers are rising, then with the other states having two quarter horse races a day, which is the normal for state registry, rates to have written in each state, it's totally up to you, but I believe that we have the numbers for that to sustain a good race program.
First question, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. If someone from my staff told you, or told the horsemen if they didn't like it, they could leave, I want to know who that person is. So I need to know that, if that's the case. But more importantly, this is covered in statute as well. The statute says every permittee conducting a pari-mutuel event shall provide each day for the running of at least one race preferred to Wyoming bred horses if Wyoming bred horses are available. So that's the statute. The rule, as it currently stands, says we have to offer one quarter horse race and one thoroughbred race. So that's going beyond the statute. And that rule has been in place, to my knowledge, since before 1989, because it was there when I got here.
If the stock's available.
That's what the statute says, if the horses are available. The rule doesn't mention the availability. I think doing something like this without a real good discussion is very short-sighted. And for a lot of reasons. I agree that our numbers are going up, which is great. Our program's working. There were many times last season, I called the race secretary yesterday when I saw this. I said, how many times did you split a Wyoming bred quarter horse race? He said, I think at least twice, maybe 3 times. So we have done what this rule says when the horses were available to split a Wyoming bred quarter horse race. So we've run more than we've ever run before this last season. And we're going to run more than we've ever run before this season in our 18 days of racing. So, the economics is working on it. And we're going to have more Wyoming bred horses. I can see a day where at least half of our horses are going to be Wyoming bred, which is great. And that's what we want. But to dictate it here is again short-sighted for a number of reasons, and I don't mean to criticize anybody in that way, but there may come a time when we want to run an extra day on Mondays during our meet, and we might want to simulcast that out around the country, around the world, and we might want to run all thoroughbreds that day, because if you run an all thoroughbred day, you can simulcast to all parts of the world. A lot of places won't take quarter horse races, even in our country. So that would prohibit us from doing that. So I think just if you really wanted to do something that would benefit everybody and let the market work, we've never had a thoroughbred Wyoming bred race go ever. Ever.
Say that again.
We have never had a thoroughbred Wyoming bred race go. We've never had one. For all Wyoming breds in Wyoming. We're getting close, as Brandy said. This year we might have enough to get a race together, which would be great. It'll be a first. To not let the market kind of dictate that is I think it'd be a mistake. We want to run more Wyoming bred races. I raise Wyoming bred horses. We want to do it, but we ought to look more.
Mr. Schiffer was there. Mr. Schiffer?
Well, Mr. President, I think the really need to, when you look at this little section closely, the key word is offer. So they have to offer at least the 2 or 1 races. And really that means that they just, when they write their condition book, they put in those races. If they don't get entries, they don't have to run them. You comply with the statute and the rule. So it's really not a punitive thing or otherwise. It's just you give the opportunities there, and the horsemen answer that, and then the racetrack is happy to write races and fill a lot of horses. So it's actually just giving these owners and trainers more options for the livestock. It's not obligatory that they run to this, because they offer.
I believe we have a hand up there, Eugene.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. You know, as much as I hate to say it, I agree with everything that Frank Lamb just said. And I think you take away a little bit from the racing secretary and the track operators. Look, we want to fill races. We want to make races go. That's our primary mission. And I will tell you that I've had discussions with my horsemen's group about it, and it was part of a broad discussion about stakes money and what type of races and our stakes races for Wyoming breds. And we were talking about the older quarter horses. You know, at one point I offered up, if we need a program for older Wyoming bred quarter horses, we would voluntarily add an extra Wyoming bred race for older quarter horses to the book. And, at that point during the negotiations, I was told that, that wasn't really something that they were pushing for one way or the other. I also believe that we will be able to, help these guys get their horses run. We'll have a good, program, but to mandate it with, as Mr. Lamb said, with really no general discussion. I mean, I'm sure we'd like to hear the horsemen. Don't know where it's coming from, so felt like we were a little blindsided on this one. But I think it's superfluous and we don't need it at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene.
I would like to respond. So these numbers that I've given you are coming from exact stats, where you're going down from 2018 to 2020, you ran less races, and I understand that the race days, it's kind of a hard thing to figure due to the number of race days that you guys run since you've been not running in the 16, or at different times, like when I'm down to 14, whatever. But just between 18 and 19 and 20, you were down an average of six races from the prior year. So you're actually going down. You're chopping down, so you're not running as many. The only thing that's saving your numbers is the fact that we have so many more Wyoming breds, 2-year-olds, that your trial races are counted in this figure. So really on the average, if you just take overnight races, not stakes or trials, you're way below average. So the only thing that's actually maintaining you is the fact that we're having more 2- and 3-year-olds each year be accredited. So your races are the only thing that's saving you as far as number wise is that you're running more trials.
Right. Response? Eugene?
Yeah, again, Mr. Chairman, Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. I'm sorry, I'm not prepared with the numbers, but I do know we're running more Wyoming bred races. And, we've got 122 2-year-olds nominated for the Wyoming bred futurity of Wyoming Downs. That's triple what it was 4 years ago. So we're going to have a full card if just 100 of them come back and enter in the trials. We're going to have a full card of Wyoming bred maturity trials. You know, she says that the trials are saving us. I don't know that it's saving us. We're not being saved. We're just running races, you know, and we want to run as many Wyoming breds as we can. But there's got to be a balance too, and that's something that we haven't talked about. You know, she mentioned Louisiana. I used to be a race secretary in Louisiana many years ago, and we had to have 4 Wyoming bred races a day. It should have been Wyoming bred, maybe. That would be great, wouldn't it? 4 Louisiana bred races a day, and Randy says now it's 5. But what has happened there, I talked to the people I know there, the big trainers won't come to Louisiana a lot for that reason, because all of these, they don't carry Louisiana bred horses in their stables. So they don't go there because they don't have the opportunities to run. So you've got to have a balance. Yeah, you want your good bred program, Wyoming bred program, but you don't want to make it so much that you suffer on the other end, where the big name trainers won't bring horses in, and because they, you know, and we're getting out of state horsemen coming in. And this year, this summer, they're not going to run in Arapahoe Park in Denver, and you guys are getting them too, you know, and we don't want to discourage that. We want to have a strong balance of all of that. So I think it's just something that would be a good thing for a group to sit down and talk about. I don't think this is probably the right forum to do that. I think, you know, if you want to really do something to look into the future for the Wyoming bred program, I think it's important that we do that. We do it now, because there's a lot of things you can, there's a few things you can change that I think would really help the program. If you want to change the rule to really help it, clarify that you can take some of the Wyoming bred money, not very much of it, and put to purses. You can have a restricted graded stakes race immediately in Wyoming for Wyoming bred quarter horses maturities. You could, if you added 100,000 to a race, it'd be a graded stakes race. You'd have it immediately. But you need to take some of that money. I mean, there's a lot of money there. 3 million, wasn't it? Was distributed. But just a little bit of that going to purses. That would be a game changer. So yeah, that discussion needs to happen. But like I said, this might not be it. Maybe a smaller group get together with the horsemen and Brandy and the track operators, the parties that are playing this game, just like you did with the sports wagering stuff, just that you dealt with this morning. Have a smaller group get together, come up with something, and then present that to the commission.
Thanks, Eugene, you have your hand up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I would, again, I echo Frank Lamb's response. The other thing is, I believe one of the problems we have is, because of the point money being so outrageous, is we've got people that are, you know, over competing their horses, forcing them to run multiple times. Again, I think you would want to hear input from the racing secretaries, and because those are the guys that are charged with putting together the race card. I don't, and again, I wouldn't base a decision based on a COVID year and numbers going down. I think this year is going to be significant with the added race days, the added opportunities for Wyoming bred horses to run. I don't think any of them are being denied an opportunity to race. They certainly, if you look at the points that they accumulate, and again, I mean, I'm an owner and a breeder too. I have a thoroughbred. I call him the unicorn. He was the only 3-year-old thoroughbred Wyoming bred horse out there last year. He had to run 4 times against older horses, against out-of-state horses. And so I understand, but as the numbers grow, again, I just think, especially with the quarter horses, there are plenty of futurities and and derbies for them to run out. And those really, they don't get counted as Wyoming bred races. You know, these trials for a Wyoming bred only quarter horse futurity, and yet there's 10 races on a single day. So again, I'd go back to Mr. Lamb's comments and say, you know, this bears a lot more discussion. And if we could table that for now, that'd be great, so we can get more input from the stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Eugene. Charlie, you had a point?
Yeah, unless I didn't make it real clear when we started in this, you know, first of all, this would not affect this year's racing, and also we're presenting this for the discussion. You know, I think this is a good time to start talking about it. We spent a lot of time talking about sports wagering. We spent a lot of time talking about skill-based amusement games, historic racing, and I think it's really important to bring things back into perspective, at least on that side of the house, that horse racing is important. And again, in my conversations with you yesterday, Frank, I believe it was, you know, I mentioned that this was to get the conversation going. So blindsided, wrong. We've been hearing for a long time from the horsemen that they want more opportunities. Now, as Mr. Lamb knows, and some people know, I get it on the racing secretary side. I understand it. I worked in New Mexico, and having to run so many New Mexico bred horses a day, it's problematic sometimes because you are looking at optimizing your population. And so I do understand that, but this is to get it started, to talk about it. And this initial discussion started, I believe, President Davis, when we drove to Buffalo, and that was
fall.
March? No,
Last year.
a year ago. And at the racetracks, the racing secretaries, management, everybody has heard some of the concerns, you know, about Wyoming bred. So we are starting the process of the discussion, and I agree, you know, whether it's the butazolidin reductions, we need to do surveys, we need to bring that statistical information together, and if it's more Wyoming bred races, and, you know, who knows, maybe we've gone beyond our statutory authority on authorizing that and doing that in our statutes. But again, the governor's liaison, Mr. Schiffer, you know, keyword is offer. So it start the discussion, and I think this is great for the commission to hear.
With that, is there, you want to continue down the road there, Brandy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We can go now to line item 660, 659 and 660, where it talks about the number of horses in a race. We can be considered filled, at least our old rule was 6. We considered it to move up to 7 Wyoming breds are entered, just for the fact that with the wagering field and stuff, 7 seems to do a lot better. That was just a number 2 in there, just to offset to where if a race did fill, it would be a good number of horses. I know it's just 1 more, but usually 7 horse fields want better wagering than a 6 horse field would. So that was just put in there just to go along with if they did offer more races for horses, then that would they have to have at least 7 there. Be considered a field race. And then moving on back to, so now we're back on 689. Any horse found to be in violation of this section or suspended from the Wyoming bred program for violation will lose their accreditation for not less than 2 breeding seasons. And then delete that. The reason why that's put in there was, like I had told you before, people were just pulling their mares out, not letting us know because all they had to do was bring them back. What this would do is, on the open mares, you would have to, when an open mare happens, they just pull it out because the mare knows it's not going to hold. They don't want to spend the money actually from Wyoming, like everybody else does, that actually lives here. So basically, this would be the consequence of if you pull the mare out, that she would be there for, she would lose that full crop from the time plus the next year's. So it would actually make people want to leave their mares in Wyoming, because if you pull them out and get suspended, then you don't lose just that full crop, which you didn't have a full anyway, you would lose the next suspended one. So it's to keep them actually in the state and to not, we've had a lot of calls on that, people, other breeders and stuff that are pretty upset that the mares can go out and because of consequences, they just bring them back in, while they have to leave theirs in the whole time. So that's what that rule is in that. And then on the last one is 694 violations, violations, suspensions, or loss of accreditation levied by the breed registry may be appealed to the commission pursuant to chapter 3. That's what basically they have the right to appeal it.
Thank you, Brandy. Are there any questions for, oh, we're further down here. Got one in here at 8:26.
That is a,
Correction,
just a cleaning up language.
okay, and 8:26. Are there any other comments at this time about this rule change?
Mr. President?
Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yep, I just had a question. I was looking at the different rules on both the sports wagering and then on these rules. Is there a prohibited person section in this one as well? As far as who can and cannot regarding the commission and how that works?
Yes, I think it's in chapter 2, commission rules. So yes, we do have a section for that.
Okay. Thank you.
It's not in this chapter, but it's in our general rules.
Any other questions at this time? Okay, then I think we can take this under consideration. And what do we think about considering lunch break?
Before we do that, what is your pleasure on this? Would you like us to come back with additional information on the Butte-Solidin? Would you like us to do some more polling of the horsemen, of the industry on any of these? Or would you like us just to circular file these for the time being?
What's the commission's feeling on this? We have a lot of things in the fire right now on the table. The number one, I think we need to continue to solicit the information from everybody involved here. And number two, maybe this, since it's not going to affect 2021 racing season, that we could get something gathered up at the end of the racing season, preferably this fall, as time dictates.
We can do that.
President, they was the only thing I would suggest would be for, not for the rules, for the adding the additional number of races offered or the other things, that the accreditation rule with the December 1st moving to January 1st, we have to have enough time to be able to get that through. So we can start on January 1st. So some of those rules, as far as take into consideration sooner than later regarding the plan.
Could we then suggest that we use Charlie's process and have a deadline date, and so that it's all, and work it backwards, so you can give us a time frame how to work this forward?
It's fine with me.
Well, if that, and that would be a critical time, I agree with you. But if we can get a timeline set back, and then we can set our goals as to where we need to be and get this ball rolling, and not just leave it in the round pile.
Correct, that would be fine.
That'd be it. We need a motion in that effect?
What I would suggest would be table it, and then the summer is actually coming up here next week. It starts some really good opportunities to have the discussion. I mean, we're at the optimum time for those discussions now. So whether it's, and getting everybody together. So what I would suggest, table it. There's more information we need to get you. Mr. Kaler needs to have a chance to look at it, and we'll just keep this ball up in the air and keep moving it.
That sound good? So do we need a motion to table or just rules?
That would be up to you folks. It's a continuing process, so I think we're fine.
Okay. Motion to continue there, Brandy. Get at it. Okay, with that, Charlie, is there anything else before we try lunch?
I don't think we're still on item 4. We knew this was going to take us some time to get through it all. I would say lunchtime, whatever time frame. Commissioners, you have a box lunch, 45 minutes for everybody. I don't know, you tell me. That works.
That works. 45 minutes from now, reconvene?
For an hour? I mean, 45 minutes had no logic.
Sounds good.
That's great.
I like no logic.
We're this time, why don't we do a half an hour to go back?
By 1:30.
Yeah.
30-minute break?
30 minutes.
Okay.
Come back at 1:30 then, right?
Yeah, you can move. But we'll be back here at 1:30. 1:30, guys. Could you do a roll call? Make sure everybody you made her back.
Yes, sir. President Davis. Here. Vice President Broussard. Here. Commissioner Cavello. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Daigle.
Here.
Commissioner Barry. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Lyman.
Here.
Thank you, Randy. Commissioner Kura. Here. Commissioner Pacheco.
I'm here.
Thank you. Commissioner Wildcat. Jenny, did you get back on? Well, we do have a quorum,
At this time,
but Jenny didn't identify herself as on. If she jumps in once we're started, I think we're all right.
okay, at this time then, Charlie, I would assume we go to item 4, number C, skill-based amusement games update.
Thank you. At this point in time, we will be working on the rules. We did have the original set of rules, which we retracted those because they were under the old legislation. So, and I just received this week from one of the vendors, rule suggestions, and I appreciate that. And what I plan to do is get together with the stakeholder meeting, similar to what we've done with the online sports wagering, and communicate with all the individuals and start moving that. Probably sooner than later. Start on that, I would assume we'll have one of our first stakeholder communication meetings prior to June 1, which I know is pretty quick. We got to keep things moving, folks. So that's my update. And I can do the other update in the director's report.
Okay.
Charitable deeming update, I've got a set of rules that I sent off for some final review, and we will have those in place before the fall. So that is my update to that section.
Do we want to review these? Skill-based amusement game, chapter 13?
No, not at this time. That's for you just to see. We don't need to review those at this time.
Okay. So with that, we have, is there any other comment on that, I guess? No further comment on that, Charlie. Should we go to item number 4D, charitable updates?
I think I kind of covered that. I don't have anything else to report on that. We will have rules in place by this fall.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners? Okay, with that, then I would assume we will go to item number 5. And I've lost my agenda here. Oh, there it is. General discussion. President's report, hearing none. Financial report, Charlie.
Thank you. If you look in your packet, you'll see 5B labeled. That is our most recent financial report running through the end of April 21. Having questions, concerns, you can see in the blue some of the transfers out of the gaming account. You'll also see our Breeders' Award Fund has been going out regularly. I'm not sure where we're at on that. Brandon will probably bring you up to date on that. As always, we do need a motion to adopt the financial reports.
Is there a motion to adopt the financial report? And moved by Commissioner Kura. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Daigle, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Show of hands. Aye. Gotcha. Any discussion? Discussion on the financial report? Oh, I gotta do that before I vote? I thought you said I had the motion.
Motion second, then discussion, then vote.
Oh, motion second discussion, okay. We don't need to vote again? Okay. Okay, with that, financial report is approved. Wager activity and game playout report.
Just so everybody knows in the room, we no longer have Mr. Dobby with the agency. His last day was yesterday, day before yesterday. So we are looking for that position is open. We haven't posted it, but it will be hopefully getting posted at this time. A&I Accounting Division is assisting me in keeping track of this and doing this, and we've kind of spread some of the duties out throughout the office on keeping track of all this. So we will move as quickly as possible to attempt to fill that position. And if you'd like me to, I can go through some of the wagering activity. I do have a summary on the first quarter that I could do that might just kind of summarize everything that we have here in your packets. What is your pleasure?
Commission. Brief summary.
Anything outstanding, Charlie, that's an anomaly? Anything odd that you should know about?
No, everything other than the activity is, whether it's skill-based, historic racing, the numbers keep climbing. It's, of course, last year was a bit of had a drop, but we're seeing increases across the board on all the activity. So, those are very positive trends. On the skill game, and the report that was here didn't quite break all this out. But for the first quarter, the taxes that were raised from skill-based music games was 1.1 million and change. Actually, it's 1.180215 and 59 cents. The 45% that has been transferred to the city and county from that first quarter was 531,000. The 45%, which is transferred to the school foundation account, is $531,000. Excuse me, and then the 10% that's retained in the gaming account is $118,000. We're seeing increases across the board there. On the historic racing side, the total tax that has been retained from historic racing for the first quarter is 4.4 million. The 0.4% for the Breeders' Award Fund was $943,000 in the first quarter. The 25 for the 0.25% going to the gaming account is $589,000. The 0.25% going to the LISRA account, Legislative Stabilization Reserve account, is $589,000. And then the 1% to the city and county for the first quarter is 2.3 million and change for city and county. Also, the transfers into the LISRA, in our statutes, if the Pari-Mutuel account rises over $1.5 million, we transfer that into the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. We made a first quarter transfer of $387,000. So first quarter, this does not include simulcast wagering. The total taxes were $6,049,338.15 from skill-based amusement games, historic horse racing, and then the tip over transfer to the LISRA. The gaming account also has a tip over mechanism, but we haven't reached that at this point in time.
Could you refresh everybody's memory on the tip over point on that?
On the gaming account,
Yes.
$500,000. Is that right, anybody?
I believe that's right.
I think the tip over is. I apologize for that.
You tipped over?
1.5 is on the 049 account. 500,000 was changed this year.
Okay.
In your reports, again, you have in there the Appropriations Committee first quarter report. You also have a chart here that gives you a breakdown of net taxes, net proceeds, and the tax rate for the skill-based amusement game and all the operators so far. You have a chart in your book, and then also on this last page, you'll see the Breeders' Award Fund delineated out per operator, and also the advanced deposit wagering. So that's all I have in that piece. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the next piece would be Brandy.
Are there any questions for Charlie on wagering activity or gameplay report at this time? Hearing none. Okay, Randy,
Thank you,
item
President
5D.
Davis. I will be going over the numbers as well as the updates for the Wyoming Breeders' Awards Fund. To start off with, the payouts for the 2020 awards have been sent to the state of Wyoming, and we have around 10 vendors that haven't been paid. Everybody else has been. The reason they haven't been paid is due to IRS verification checks, new vendor problems of that sort, but nothing alarming. It's just kind of possible that happens. So that's on its way. Everybody's happy. We haven't gotten a call lately, so you know they've got the money. To start off with the Breeders' Awards Fund for the first quarter of 2021, it's really doing well. Considering what we went through with the COVID and everything, they picked up quite well. As you can see, we have in the packet, we have the Breeders' Awards Fund for the first quarter of 2021. We have $952,397.88. As you know, the Breeders' Awards Fund is made up of money from the ADW, Historic Racing, Simulcast, and Live. On the chart, you can see that the Historic Racing and Simulcast and Live for 307, there's $0 in that amount. Mainly that's because they haven't opened any contract wagering sites yet. But once they do, then those numbers will fill in there. And of course, Live for all of them is to be determined. With 307 Bush Racing being the first to start off, we'll probably have some numbers for you in the next meeting regarding the Live and hopefully the Historic Racing and Simulcast. Wyoming Downs is at the top of the Historic Racing number, $592,236.87, with Wyoming Horse Racing contributing $351,295.78 from Historic Racing, which is primary. So if we keep on track for this, I think we're going to have a really great year if we keep up, and especially if we have other operators and off-track betting sites. On the next page, you can see I listed the champions, the awards of all of our champions for the 2020 racing season. So before we would give awards at meetings like this, but we decided that sportsmen love to give the awards for their peers. So we have worked this year out to do it at Energy Downs. 307 is going to do a horseman's barbecue, and we'll do it in conjunction with that. We appreciate them doing that for us. And it'll be on June 5th after the races. So if anybody can attend, there'll be a barbecue and we'll do pictures and present those awards to those winners of the overall champions. Moving on next to I provided a summary of the credit Wyoming Race program in the first quarter with the transactions summaries that we get. These are kind of like our financials, and they can tell you what we've done. You'll see that the Breeders' Awards, Owners' Awards, and Stallion Awards on that page is what we paid out for 2020. And then the rest, Credit Wyoming Food Bears, we've done 2. Then on the racing ages, we did 3. We've done 2-year-old starters, 11, and then transfers, 7. So this number, normally our deadlines are at the end of the year, August 15th, December. So these numbers will pick up over the year. At the beginning beginning of the year, we don't really have too much as far as accreditation, the deadline is up so many. As you can see at the bottom, the current statistics show that we have 624 brood mares that are current in the state participating. We have 61 stallions. And on the next page, it will show the number. I broke it down in full year so you can see the rise and how many foals we're getting each year. Like I said, back in 2013, we had 42. And for 2019 foals, which will be 2-year-olds that run this year, we're already up to 166. 149 of those are quarter horses, 11 thoroughbreds, 6 paints. So with the 11 thoroughbreds, I think that's exciting for you to know that we'll probably, might be the first year that we've had an accredited thoroughbred race go, which is called thoroughbreds, and that's kind of one of the things that we've been waiting on. So I think that's exciting. There again, it shows the rise that we're having each year coming in. In 2020, I accredited over 150 more brood mares, so their babies should be born in 2020. So I see that number, rising. It'd be nice to hopefully see eventually get them 200 foals a year. I think this program is thriving. Did anybody have any questions regarding the Wyoming Breeders' Awards program? Hearing none, I will move to the last thing is our licensing summary. These are from January 1st to April 30th. Pari-Mutuel licenses, we've done 628. Charitable games, 35. And then the skill games, operators, 306. Terminals out there, we have 836. And vendors, 10. The licensing department will be opening up the racetrack next week. This is where we get all of our licensing summaries, so this will go up significantly once we start racing. Basically, the Pari-Mutuel is that number represents the total of Pari-Mutuel employees in those OTBs, the managers and employees. Just point right now, a lot of our vendors as far as EDW companies, United Tow companies, and stuff like that. So I think we'll be right on track to have a really great year for licensing. And like I said, the majority will come with the live week starting. And from what I've heard, we have a lot of new horsemen coming to participate in this first week. So I think we're right on tap to bring in the same revenue, if not exceed what we did last year.
Are there any other questions for Brandy at this time? Commissioners? Hearing none, I guess we'll go to item 5E, Director's Report.
And also just remind everybody if they're on the video, they can.
Everybody on the video, you can chime in when you need to or want to. How do you remind somebody on the video?
Or whatever that is.
Okay.
Thank you, President Davis. The good thing about me spending so much time speaking earlier, I don't really want to say much now. So I'm pretty well spent. I think that some of the things that I'd like to update you on is we are going through an expansion in our office. We have expanded our office space. We are also adding employees. The problem with being in midstream, and I've mentioned this before in our budgeting session, is the positions that we're offering are AWAC positions. So they're basically a non-benefited position with the state. So it does create some dynamics that some people don't want to jump to something that's more interesting because of the lack of the benefits. And how the process goes is we fill the position. That position is sitting there as an AWAC until such time as the legislature gives us the authority and gives us those additional positions. Currently, I think I'm limited at six FTEs full-time and 1 temporary position. And we anticipate, we've added 3 through the B11, 2 of which have been filled. You've met those folks today. But then I also did have our senior accountant resign. So now I've got that vacancy plus another position that we'll fill. And then in that same kind of vein, I guess, I've asked one of our consultants to review the agency and to look at where we're at and with the expected growth of sports wagering and of skill games and the historic racing side, and give us a very kind of non-biased overview and what we need to adequately do our job and protect the interests and protect the state. I am looking at a lot of different third-party, we spoke about that a lot, you know, some independent maybe auditors to assist us as well. You know, like I think I said earlier, we do have a third-party auditor that's auditing the historic racing and the live racing and the simulcasting, so we're covered there. We will be moving into those similar kind of processes with skill-based amusement gaming, and also obviously, as we talked about this morning, sports wagering as well. So a lot of communications with a lot of different people on how to handle this the best way, optimizing what we have, minimizing the impact of the agency and those things. You're more than welcome anytime you're in Casper to stop up, any of you to stop in, see what we have. We have several machines up there, and we look to have additional machines soon to where we can give you a demonstration. We use the historic racing, the skill games there in the office as our forensic reviews in-house. My staff, myself, Mr. Laramendi, Steinberg, and Hotard are both, you know, we're looking at those things. We're dialing in on them. We're playing the games. Also, just to kind of get a feel for how they function without having to be in the environment of the locations and to serve the customers. But we're also able to get a lot better understanding of how things operate and function. And we're more than willing to demonstrate any of those machines at any point in time with you. So kind of jumping a little bit here, I mentioned earlier, just wanted to bring it up again. We do have a new laboratory that we've hired for the races this year, Industrial Labs. Instead of using the laboratory in California, we did an RFP, and Industrial Labs came in right on point for that, and we're able to. In fact, at the last meeting, I think we approved Industrial Labs. Industrial Labs, while all the labs are accredited laboratories that we asked to submit in the RFPs, Industrial Labs has a very good reputation. You know, not unlike Truesdale that we'd used prior to, but brings our testing. Biggest thing that's going to assist us now is the samples can be taken and they're at the lab the next day. So what does that mean to you? The next day, they're testing those, they're processing those. We're going to have results back in a lot quicker time. The negative samples we're going to be able to release versus in a fraction of the time that we've been able to do in the past, and get that money out to the horsemen, get it out to everybody. So it's going to be a win-win for everybody. So I'm real pleased with that. And again, they did go through a competitive bid process like we do with everything with the state of Wyoming. You know, we talked about a lot of rules today, and we're going to implement this, you know, across the board for all aspects of what we regulate. And it's an annual rule review. Annually, we'll sit down, whether it's collectively or break it off at Pari-Mutuel skill and sports wagering or whatever we decide to do, and sit down and go through what works, what's unnecessary, what do we need to remove, and what can we kind of step up our game on, and do that annually every year. So that will be that mechanism to kind of kick off those discussions and start that whole process.
And, again, I'm looking forward to that. We also, we had taken submissions from another laboratory to do our testing of whether it's historic racing or skill-based amusement games. BMM had submitted their information, so along with GLI, they'll be able to do the historic racing, sports wagering, and those, they would also be more than willing to do the testing on the skill-based amusement games, and we still have Eclipse in the queue for the skill-based amusement games as well. Status on, you've heard about plenty on sports wagering today. You know where we're going with that and the processes that's in place. Well, we also have another bill, Senate File 56, that, for lack of a better word, allowed skill games to continue on. And that's a great thing. They did some real good changes to the bill. We're still reviewing some of that to see just kind of where we're at on that. The AG's office is looking at that still. But, we have already on the 9th of April, we started out immediately upon signing of the bill. We started out our re-review of the games that were denied. Shortly thereafter, on the 4th, or excuse me, on April 21st, we sent out our first packet, which included 2 of the denied groups, and there was 5 of them. And we sent out the background questionnaires, the fingerprint cards, and then also an affidavit of certification that games were still in the physical condition that they were originally submitted to the agency. So to move forward, we have to first of all know that they're in the same physical condition, because if they aren't, then they need to submit a lab report, a new lab report. Otherwise, they do not. So we're in the middle of that process. We have received on couple that we sent these notifications out, registered mail, certified and registered. We'd also initially just sent out a letter saying that, hey, this is all going to start off, and we're going to get to these quickly. So again, we're in the middle of the review. We're looking at these as quickly as we possibly can, but there's a lot of things that we have to have before we can move to the next step or even really get too far forward. We need the fingerprints back, and that's probably the reason we wanted to send out the background questionnaires and the fingerprint cards soon, was because that's the elephant in the room. That's the thing that takes the longest. That can take up to 4, 5. I mean, it could take even longer, but 4 to 5 weeks, something like that, is typically when they're back. The backgrounds are relatively, while they're not simple, they're something that we can address quickly for anybody that we're dealing with and get those reviewed. But the fingerprints, the background checks from that takes the time, and we can't move forward without those. So, it's just the way it is. We do have, of the 5 vendors, I believe we've got 1, 2, 3 of them. Two of them that have returned all of their information except the lab report, correct?
So I'll step in here.
Thank you.
If I may, President Davis. So 2 of the 5 have returned the packets back, including their fingerprints and their background information. Of those 2, one of them, we have requested a lab report for their games because we've never received one in the initial submittal, so we're waiting for that. The other 3 vendors that we have submitted the packets to, we've yet to receive their fingerprints, their background information, or their certification stating that their games have or have not changed. And we're waiting on for that, because without that, we're not quite sure what we need to request from them to continue the re-review process. and I can answer any questions on those.
Commissioner, is there-
With that, if I may, real quick as well, all of the existing vendors as well have been sent packets. Their packets obviously are a little bit different, but it includes the background and the fingerprints. Senate File 56 and Roll Act 44, we don't have to get theirs until the 1st of July, but we send those out early because of the fingerprint delay process. Sending those off does take time, so. But I can answer any questions about those if I need to.
Is there any questions for Nick at this time? Seeing no hands on the screen over there. Thank you, Nick.
So Nick, following up on that, we have two, is that right, that have failed to respond to the initial, or get their information back to us. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
3 of the 5 we haven't received their fingerprints, their certification. And just so the certification is I think a 2-page document that just has asking them to verify that the games are running the same software version that they were when they were submitted. If they're running the same software version and we already have the lab report, we can refer back to that lab report. But if they're saying that they have changed or they've updated the software, then the commission would know which way they need to proceed with what to request, if they need to request a new lab report for the new software. So yeah, 3 of those we have not received back yet. 2 of them we have.
Now with that being said, we have still started the process. We have reviewed the files. We have them all sitting there waiting to get that information back on the questions. The review has started, is in the process. So.
President Davis, we also have a hand up
Who did?
on the screen.
Oh,
Senator Ellis.
okay. Senator Ellis, how are you today?
And well, thank you for seeing my virtual hand raised. I did have a couple questions on what you're hoping the timeline is. And then also just had a question about where you generated your background information form. From what I understand, it's about 18 or 20 pages long. And then just had some just additional questions about lab reports and interpretations, that if you could clarify a little beyond. I think, we've had that conversation many times and have come to the commission to express the intention of the legislature as expressed in the clear legislation, or expressed in the plain language of the legislation about the discretion to deny those lab reports. So just was wondering if we could get an update on those fronts.
Okay, do you want to handle them one question at a time?
President Davis, I can jump in, and her first question was the timeline for completion. Basically, we're waiting on them at this point and on the fingerprints to be processed on a couple of them. So our intent is to address these as quickly as possible, and it just depends on the certifications on that. So we have started the process. We are in the middle of the process, and we are focused on getting those completed. Just like everybody else, we would like to get those as quickly as possible. Your second question, what was your second question?
Background check was 18 pages.
The background checks. To address the background questionnaires, those were questionnaires that are used with the state of Wyoming. We did, there are some sections that we have, certain licensees are not required to answer on there, and they're noted on the front page. But also above and beyond this may be something that generated this question was, after our initial ship out to everybody, we realized that for the local establishments, the bar owners, people that don't really have any access, we went to a two-page questionnaire
for them. So it's no longer that longer version. And we had taken care of that, I think, a week ago. We did that, and we'll be following up with everybody so they understand that. I don't know if that answered that question for you. What was your other questions you had, Senator Ellis?
The lab reports.
Okay, as far as the lab report, thank you, Senator Ellis. The lab reports, the ones that had gotten their lab reports to us, we're utilizing those. But again, what we have to get is the affidavit back from them saying that the machines are in the same physical condition as they were originally submitted. So I think we've got 2 that acknowledge that, and we've got some other ones that aren't. And, as far as the 5 vendors that we're dealing with, any one of those people, and we have quite a few of them here that have contacted us quite often, and we're working with on those to get those done. And it's as simple as, a phone call to us, and we will assist those people to get them through, because it's in everybody's interest to get this done in a timely fashion.
So, Mr. Chairman, and just a follow-up question. So if a denied applicant had submitted a lab report that the lab report indicated the game complied with the definition of skill, right now, all you need is an affidavit and their background check for that application to be processed and go through?
As I understand the question, you're asking if we had denied an applicant due to their lab report, the only thing then to move forward would be receiving a background. We still need to review the lab report and go through those lab reports in our original denials. And I don't know if Mr. Kaler would want to jump in on that, or those lab reports. And if you choose not to, that's fine.
Well, I mean, is there a question, or, I mean, I could talk all day about lab reports, but which I don't think the commission wants me to, but is there a question about the lab report specifically as far as our end, Senator Bills?
I'm having a hard time hearing you with an echo, but the question is, if a lab report indicated that a machine met the definition of skill game in Wyoming, then I think, the follow-up would be a year later, you're asking for an affidavit, and then we put the new requirements in for background check. So that's what I'm guessing is, like, what more do you need once you've already got the lab report that has said that the game meets, or that it satisfies the definition? So the further review is the question I don't understand.
Mr. President, Senator Ellis, then my understanding of the process, at least on Director Moore's end, is they get certification. They know that the game is the same. They go through their step-by-step review of the lab report, make their determination, and then bring it before the commission at the next available commission meeting, I suppose.
There was a bit of an echo. Maybe I'll just follow up with you offline then.
Sounds good.
I guess, are there any other questions? Uh-oh. Lost the whole screen.
Lose them? We did there. Not here. Okay. We're all good.
Okay, with that then, Charlie, do you have anything else on your update director's report?
There probably was, but I don't see.
Did it have to do with the steward or anything?
We did have one of our stewards that decided they didn't want to come this summer. And thank you, President Davis. So we were fortunate enough this week to get a new safety steward that will be working up in Gillette. And the stewards in the office, we've approved that one internally as we have some of the officials. We're finding as racetracks say they're opening and as they don't, and then they do, we're finding we all are seeing a lot of changes in their officials in different things. 307 horse racing had a couple of situations where, you know, there's a death in the family, people couldn't show up, so the stewards have been dealing with those and doing those approvals of the officials for us, as we spoke at the last meeting and talked about. I still have a vacancy that I'm going to have to fill at Wyoming Downs and Wyoming Horse Racing's meet for a steward, and I'm working with racing officials accreditation program and calling around to other directors to try to find another steward to work down there. So I think
that sums it up.
Probably, yeah.
Are there any questions for the director? Seeing no hands over there and hearing no sounds over here, I think you're good, Charlie. Should we go to item 6? Wyoming Horse Racing LLC. General update.
Mr. Joyce, that would be you. Do you have any updates that you'd like to share with us today?
Mr. President, Commissioners, no updates on any of the generals, and I'm a general manager, and I manage a lot of generals that help me put together our simulcasting and our live horse racing. In fact, met with one of my generals last night, Clint Frischnet, who's our track superintendent. We kind of reviewed some plans for the live race meet. You know, adding more material to the track. We've tested it, and we're going to be adding some more sand. We're going to be adding additional safety rail. We're talking about possibly widening the turns, reconfiguring the track, moving the finish line. To that end, we're probably going to, I'm setting up a meeting with the Sweetwater Events Complex staff on the 25th of May to kind of go over some of our plans. We have committed to spend $500,000 in physical improvements in the facility over the next several years. And we just want to all be on the same page. It's a little tricky when you don't own the property and yet, you know, you're spending money on capital improvements. So we just got to make sure we have their blessing on everything that we're going to be doing. You know, that said, you know, we going over the numbers when Brandy was going over the numbers, we've had a very good first quarter. I would tell you, just looking at the overall economy in this state and in the U.S., I don't want to sound like Cassandra, but with the stimulus money running out, we've seen in the last several weeks a downturn of about 15% over month to date in April. So, you know, we got our eye on that. You know, the next agenda item hopefully will help keep the interest of our bettors peaked, putting out new product. That always helps. So with that, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions any of the commissioners might have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Eugene on his general update? Okay, Charlie, we'll go to item 6B, request received in February on the Exacta tote system.
Thank you. Item number 6B is a request which was received back in February 25th. The Exacta tote system is updating, making updates consisting of 10 game themes, AGS, and the associated wagering profiles. Again, as we always do, we have reviewed the laboratory reports. We've also reviewed the reports against our 18-point review method, which we use on all historic racing games. And on completion of the review process, watching the submitted gameplay submissions, the staff makes the following observations. It has always been determined by the results of historic thoroughbred races compared against the player's selection are the only determining factor in the outcome of player's wager. The outcome of the game is entirely determined by the player's picks, evaluations against the results of the story trees. The staff does recommend approval of this. In your packets, you do have the confidential report and the review. And we also, if there's any questions on the AGS system, on the Exacta, working on the AGS terminals on the Exacta tote system, I do see that we have Mr. Lobraca on the call. We could answer any technical questions if any of you have those.
Are there any questions at this time for Eugene on item B? Eugene, I have one question. How fast does this, once this is approved, when do you see it in your OTBs? When will these games appear there?
You know, a lot of these games aren't sitting on a shelf, but you know, there's a timeline to get things ordered. Then there is, after you vote approval for it, there is staff approval, and what that is involved with is us giving them a reconfiguration of our gaming floors, and they Director Moore and his staff come out and verify the machine figures signatures on all the terminals. And so I would say, you know, earliest a month, latest maybe a couple of months.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions for Eugene at this time? Do we need a motion here, Charlie?
Yes. I move to approve
The Exacta tote system?
for horses.
I'll second. And moved and second. Any discussion? We have a call for the vote. Do we need a roll call on this, Charlie, or just show of hands?
It's up to you, sir.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. Motion carried. Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We'll go to item number 7, Charlie. Wyoming Downs LLC. Frank? Update, general Frank.
Mr. Chairman, Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. Well, we're getting ready to go. So I'm heading over Monday to meet with some of the equipment operators and to line out the material that we're adding to the track. We're adding more material this year than we've ever added, which is exciting to me. Most people don't get excited about material, but I do. And so a lot of sand and sawdust. And of course, we've got Steve Wood coming in again from California the following week to open the track up and mix the material in. We've got a paddle wheel coming that will help us do some of the things we've been needing to do about bringing some material around from the backside to the front side, which is just what happens over time. A lot of that material gets moved to the backside when you're heading one way with those harrows. So we're excited about it. The stall applications were just due a couple of days ago, so I don't know what we're looking like there, but I'm assuming just from all of the discussions I've had with horsemen and our racing secretary that our barn area will be full again. So we're blessed to have such a good situation there with horsemen wanting to come and we can take care of and be proud of. And so we're excited to get going.
Are there any questions for the general at this moment from the board? Hearing none. Thank you, Frank. Charlie, item 7B, Amesworth Game Technology.
Thank you. Item 7B is Ainsworth Game Technology. We have had this this game manufacturer in their games in our queue for a long time. And a lot of it, the delay has been because of COVID and everything when it hit initially. But I'm pleased to be at this point today where the staff has again reviewed using the 18-point review method, also reviewed the GLI submissions on the lab reports and the gameplay submissions, watched the videos and have gone through the game and have verified that picks are evaluated against historic horse races, and it is all the deterministic value of a horse race that makes that determination. Additionally, it is verified and the player has the opportunity for the exercise of skill or judgment where the outcome is not completely controlled by chance alone. The entertaining display of the game is populated deterministically using only the player's choices and the winning horses in the historical horse race without any intervening random elements. The submission is consistent with other approvals and appears to be compliant. Again, you have the report, verification, and the game themes all in your summary.
Are there any questions at this time for Charlie on that? And we would need to entertain a motion to approve the Ainsworth game technology, top 10 new games. Been moved by Cactus. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by
Daigle.
Dingle.
Daigle.
Daigle.
Getting late.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. With that, we'll go to item number 8, Charlie.
Yes, item number 8, 307 horse racing. General update on your racing coming up next week, if you could please.
General?
Yeah, Jack Greer, 307 horse racing. Today's Friday. We're 8 days away from live racing in Gillette. We have several horses on the ground. I think there are roughly 200 horses already there. A lot of stall laps. We got a lot of horses coming. Going to be close to 600 head of horses are going to be on the grounds there for our meet. Very excited. Got a brand new inside outside rail installed up there this year. Did a lot of dirt work to the track, so we hope you all can come up and take a look at the facility there. It's exciting. So hope you can all be there next weekend.
Opening day, huh?
Brief gaming update. Wednesday this week, we did get an OTB approved in Gillette. It's what is currently the Boot Hill is the name of that nightclub. It's a big bar up on the north end of Gillette. So you all will be seeing some material regarding that location very shortly, and actively pursuing other OTBs throughout the state. So we're excited about that end of it as well, but we are swamped with the horse racing at this time.
Okay, are there any questions for Jack at this time? God, you waited all day for a nope. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
We're excited. We'll be good. Hey, Charlie, that went right through 8. We're on to number 9, general discussion.
Yes, item number 8, the general discussion, again, is just what it says, pretty much general discussion, but I know we've had a group of people here, Catherine and Mr. Cameron, with the skill games that have been in here. And I don't know if there's anything you'd want to share with us today, anything. I don't mean to just call you up like that out of the blue, but you've heard about sports wagering and everything else, some skill game discussions today. Or anybody, Mr. Lamb, Mr. Joyce, George Spiva is here from the Horsemen. Jump in if anybody has anything.
Commissioners, do you have anything to bring up? You're mumbling.
Commissioner Lyman, does he have anything?
I see no hands over there. I think Randy's frozen time.
What's wrong with you, Randy?
Oh, seeing.
I'm fine.
Oh, okay. All right, seeing nothing else, Charlie?
Does Mr. Schiffer have anything? Nope, the governor's office?
Okay, well, that went number 9. Number 10, is there a reason for an executive session?
No.
Okay. Next scheduled meeting will be July 9th in Evanston, Wyoming. Will that be at the facility, or will that be at another determined district?
You know, that kind of is still dependent. I know Wyoming Downs always enjoys having us out there, so that is definitely typically an option.
Mr. Chairman, if it would please the commission, we'd love to have you out at the track. As you recall, last year, we had to be during COVID, and you and I were sitting in the grandstand by ourselves. And,
it was a grand one.
We'd sure like to change that and bring everybody out if that's possible. Yeah, we appreciate that.
Would the technology be there for Nick to zoom in and zoom out?
Yeah, we can do
Okay.
that.
So I would assume that would be where, and then we may have some emergency meetings or Zoom meetings between now and then,
Yes, absolutely.
as dictates. With that, then meeting adjourned.
Okay.
Thank you for your
Right on.
patience.
Nice job, everyone.
Just a quick update next week. Nick and I will be in Cheyenne. TRW meeting is Friday down there, Friday morning. We're on the agenda.
8:30.
At 8:30, I believe it is, yes. And on Thursday,
Streaming? Is it streaming?
it will be, yes. Thursday evening, I think there's a reception at Tuskers, I believe. For the skill-based amusement games, and anybody to show up, obviously. That's your deal, I didn't mean to invite people. So. And we'll be at the races on Saturday. That's it.
Saturdays of races, my God, we've waited a whole year for this.
I know it.
I know.
We're
it's
adjourned, I
awesome.
guess. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.